Oh my god, good morning, good
Good
morning.
morning,
Wait,
good
Foss, what
morning.
time did you wake up?
Oh my god. Why are you asking the hard-hitting questions right off the
Because you
bat?
said good morning whenever it's
Oh.
2 p.m.
Well, anytime can be a good morning.
Oh, that is true. We do got a lot of people in different time zones, I
Yeah,
suppose.
I'm just looking out for everyone.
Thank you so much
Um,
for the lurk,
thank
Crypt.
you for the like. Oh my goodness, and thank you for the 15 stream streak. I
Oh my
woke
god.
up at like 10:30 and then I went back to sleep until like 12:30.
OMG, same! I woke up at like
Goodness.
10:30, ate some eggs, and then took a nap until like 1. Well, not 1, that's
What?
what time it is right now, until like 12.
She just woke up like in her gaming chair.
Mhm, mhm. A double
Eggplant.
debut?
Yes, we do,
Mhm.
we do. Oh my goodness, thank you for the hydrate.
Alright,
Oh
do we
my
wanna
goodness. No, I think they want to look at our little shoes.
oh,
You guys
the shoes that are, like, barely visible.
you guys like our little shoes?
Yeah.
Yippee, yippee,
And
yippee.
I'll move my shoes
Oh,
down just slightly more.
okay, okay.
Uh, see, you
Oh,
guys can see the shoes?
Marshy said they can't hear you.
Oh.
Are you
Oh,
muted?
fuck. I am still muted. Um, hi. I've been talking, I swear.
Could they hear me or were they just looking
Yeah, they
at
could
some
hear
shoes?
you.
Okay, that's awesome.
I forgot to unmute after the starting soon screen.
Oh my
Whoopsies.
goodness.
I get too excited.
That's what happens when you take an egg nap.
Not the egg nap.
Not the egg
No.
nap. Oh my goodness, look at the little ribbons on our shoes though.
Mhm, mhm.
Wow. Wow, pretty cute, huh?
Wow.
Wow.
We got some nice little heeled action. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh, I can't move over that much. Oh yeah,
Oh.
heels.
Oh
Okay,
god.
never mind.
Okay. Oh,
Are you
we
like
got matching
oh
little
oh
stockings.
my god, matching little stockings.
I am
So
like a
goofy.
little I'm like a foot above you actually. But
What? What do you mean you're a
yeah.
foot above me?
Like you're a little
Yo.
bit further down
Oh.
on my page than me. It's
Oh my
because I'm
god, sorry.
taller.
Sorry. Let me go back.
No, 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 no. Like we're showing the same amount. It's just that your feet are like lower than mine because I'm taller.
Man.
Womp womp. We're twinning. We are. We
we're
are.
we're
Fuss
twinning.
small confirm she
Oh
is.
no,
She's a little
it's
small,
not
small
confirmed.
girl.
Not confirmed.
Yeah, no, you're like a centimeter.
Hey, no, I'm not. Thank you so much for the bits. That's
Whoa!
so sweet.
W Redbeard. W.
WWW. Okay, kneecap reveal.
Kneecap.
Oh wait, that's farther than kneecap.
Yeah, it's like thigh reveal.
Oh, thigh reveal. Oh my
Thigh,
goodness,
thigh. Skirt
scandalous.
reveal. Skirt reveal.
Oh my god, this is so silly.
Oh yeah, look at those nice
Oh,
little
oh,
bows.
so many
So
ribbons.
many.
So many ribbons. I
Yeah.
think my hands are clipped
Oh yeah.
through the skirt.
Oh,
Are
mine too,
yours?
kind of.
Yeah, but you can move them, can't you? Wait, give us a little fingy wiggle.
If I'm yeah, if I
Uh,
wiggle my head, my arms go out.
if you wiggle your head, your arms go out.
Yeah, whenever I sway back and forth. Oh yeah, I can also like move my arms free-handedly, but I can't like move them to the side. I can only move them up.
Oh, I see, I see. Must be
Mhm.
nice to have hands that can move up.
Well, girly, you just gotta switch
Oh my goodness,
programs.
I'm working on it. I'm just intimidated, that's
Wow.
all. Wow. This is
Chest reveal.
just reveal.
Oh
Oh,
yeah.
oh
Oh
my
yeah.
god, you're like spinning. Hold on, let me spin too. This feels like we're playing Barbies.
All right. Full
Oh,
face now.
oh my
Full
god,
body.
full body.
Full
Oh
body.
my god, full body.
Oh my god.
Oh my goodness.
Hi. Whip up.
Oh my goodness. Ta-da! Are you guys so
Wow! Final
impressed?
spin, final spin.
Oh my god, final spin. Are you so impressed? Are
Wow!
you
Look
so
at
impressed?
us! I'm matching with my love of my life right now.
It's so cool, huh? Oh yeah, and
Mhm.
we both have really cute new hairstyles too.
Mhm,
Oh my
mhm,
goodness.
mhm.
Oh my goodness, Darren's
The
impressed.
heart on my head wiggles,
Oh, wait,
very
don't move closer when I'm not. Oh.
I was just showing the little heart. Oh, don't eat me, what
Oh,
the
sorry. Oh my god, sorry. I don't have a heart, but
Oh,
I have a bow.
mhm, mhm. Yeah, we have little slight micro changes, but
Yeah.
overall mostly the same.
Yeah, we're pretty cool, huh?
Mhm, mhm. Look at
Yeah.
us.
Now kiss. Um, I don't think
Um
I I don't know how. I can't make, a kissy face. Mwah. This really is playing Barbies.
Need to see the
Yippee.
back of your hair? Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Oh, yeah, look
This is
at
what the
it.
back looks like.
Look at it, it's so cute. Look at that little heart. Oh my goodness.
Mhm, mhm.
Wanna eat it. Very, very cute.
So, yeah,
Oh,
I got
yeah.
it nice brown and red to match the dress.
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
obsessed. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Yeah!
It's by the good old Jess Air who makes all my hair. I
Oh,
love
yeah.
her so, so much.
Shout out
But I spent,
to
like, 5
Jess.
minutes hyping her up last stream, so I'll cut it off there, but I really
Oh,
like her hairs.
okay, okay.
Mhm,
Oh,
mhm.
man, I should have turned upside down off. This is not the
Oh,
most excellent timing, I would say. Um,
well,
um,
you gotta give the people what they want.
um, um, okay, hold on. Wait, I can't even see. Hold on, is this? Wait, hold on.
Wait, why are you backwards? Upside down and backwards.
Um, it's regular, don't worry about it.
Wow. Wait, now we can do, like, a little Spider-Man kiss. Come here. Mwah.
Yippee! This is so awesome.
Mhm, mhm.
Yippee!
Yeah, I hope you guys like it. We spent a long time trying to find a good matching fit.
Oh yeah, it took a while, but I think we slayed extra hard. Mhm.
Mhm, mhm.
Yippee!
Yippee,
Oh
yippee!
yeah.
And you can still see part of my tattoos.
Oh my
Just
god,
slightly.
they look so
Just slightly,
cute.
just slightly.
Oh my goodness. Man,
Mhm.
shout out to your tattoo artist. They did a really good job.
Yeah, Darren, you did absolutely amazing. We love you, we love you, we love you. Baddie alert. Thank you,
Daddy
thank
alert
you.
indeed. Price Mick isn't
I'm
upside
surprised Mick
down.
isn't being
She
I don't do
doesn't.
that for free.
Yeah, she's not an upside down kind of bat.
Yeah,
Mhm.
sorry. You can't subject me to that. No, no,
Mm-mm.
no.
Nuh-uh. She has other cool redeems
Mm-mm.
though. Can like make her
Mhm.
a hot dog.
That is true. You can glizzy me up. You can
Yippee!
also make me rat dance or JoJo
Oh my
pose or
god, those two are my favorite. Well, actually, I like the Sleepy Mick a lot too. I don't know.
oh yeah,
You
yeah.
have so many good ones. Mhm. Mhm.
Mhm. And the good news is since we're sharing models, I'll do it on Fuss stream as well.
Yo! Someone redeem Rat Dance right now, please. Please. Please, 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 please. Please, 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 please. Why why
Not the
isn't it
cutting out
working?
with the
Why
pleases.
why isn't this working?
Oh. Oh. One Foss has negative
Oh.
riz.
No, no.
Oh, Marshy got you.
Oh, thank you so much.
Oh, I'm kind of hitting you in the face a little bit.
Oh my god,
I'm
it's
giving
worth
you a
it.
little slap.
It's worth it. It's worth it. Yo. I can't hear it on my end, but I just
But I do
know
be
you
dancing.
do be dancing. This is so
Do
awesome.
be dancing.
Shout out to
Listen, you gotta switch
Micey.
over to Warudo so you can do little dances
Oh my
too.
goodness. I'm trying. I'm trying. Well, lately I've been in the
Man, it
process.
can't be that hard, can it?
No! Okay, well, before I got into Warudo, I wanted to get my bun shapes all taken care of. And that has been like I finally got it to work, but then when it downloaded, it didn't work. So I don't know. And then I've also been like moving and then they pushed my move date back a week
Oh,
and I was like, "What the
excuses,
hell?" Oh my
excuses.
goodness, she's on to me.
I think you're just a little lazy fox.
Oh, well, that's true as well. But I don't know. Weirdo's a little scary.
It's really not though.
I figured
You just
out how
gotta
to
watch
get.
like 20 hours of tutorials and then you're a
Oh!
pro.
Well, I watched a tutorial on how to get my tail to wag, so I got that set up, but,
Oh,
um,
very nice, very nice.
everything else, oh, scary.
I tried to do the, like, tail wag feature, but on my wings, so that way they'd, like, move
Ah,
a bit,
that's so
but the
cute.
problem is I can't figure out how to make them go in sync, so hold on, let me turn it on right now and show you guys what
Oh,
it looks like.
let me see.
Mm,
I'm looking. Where where
hold on,
where is my ear wiggles?
I turned it on, why is it not doing it? It says enabled.
I hope your ear disappeared.
Oh, wait, hold on, it's 'cause this hair is different. That's another thing, it's
Oh.
considered a hair texture, so oh,
Oh!
not the ball.
Um, oh.
Mm,
Wow. What a nice bald head you have.
what the not in front of Foz, I look like a
Oh,
fool.
oh. Her wig
This
fell
feels
off
like a
on our
fever
date.
dream already. Aw,
Oh, I'm so
get
cute.
some nice sleep,
Let
Carrot.
me tuck you in. I hope you rest so well. Let's pay attention. Oh my goodness, I'm paying attention. Don't even worry. I'm paying attention.
Seeing Faust upside down and Mick right side up is a thing of beauty. Thank you. Thank you,
Man,
thank you.
feels kind of messed up. Sigh.
Man, my model looks so tan compared to yours. Why are you pale
Well,
as fuck?
I don't know. I guess I didn't change the skin that much. I was like, that looks kind of similar to me, but I guess it should be maybe perhaps a little bit darker. But now it's too late. I don't want to just be like, hey guys.
Faust gets a tan!
Yippee!
This summer, you just become an Oompa Loompa.
I I don't want that.
I think it would be
What,
quite funny.
what is
You
wrong with
guys want
you?
Faust Oompa Loompa?
No,
Please vote
stop.
down below.
Stop.
1 for yes, 2 for
No,
no.
no. I'm
1
voting.
for yes, 2 for no.
No, absolutely not. No way! You're spamming. That's not allowed. Automat's gonna
Oh,
get ya.
well, you know what I have
Uh,
to say to Automod?
what do you have to say to Automat?
Hello, arms? Wait, why are my arms not working?
This is so embarrassing.
Um, wait, arms?
Arms not working. Ears not wiggling. Wig snatched.
Why is everything broken?
I don't know.
Hand tracking.
Your height is right for that, bro.
Oh, wait,
That's
there we go.
crazy. Oh,
That's what I have to say to Automod.
you really showed them.
Yeah. It took
Yeah.
me like 10 minutes, but I did it eventually.
You did it. Good job.
Mhm.
Be the only pale girl, so you vote no tanning. I think I am kind of pale, but
Man,
maybe not quite this pale.
interesting. Prefer Foss being blue? I don't
Man,
know. Oompa Loompa
no,
Foss seems like it would be a good
no, I
idea.
don't think it seems like anything that should ever be entertained.
That was really cool, Mick. Thanks,
Uh,
thanks. I strive on being cool and edgy.
edgy.
Yeah, is flipping people off not edgy? Come on.
Maybe when you're like in middle school.
I am in middle school.
What? What? What?
Oh, that was a
Um,
joke. In Minecraft, of
in
course.
Minecraft, of course. Oh man, we're going to going to middle school prom. This sucks.
Oh.
The 8th
Womp
grade
womp.
dance.
The
Do you
8th
remember
grade
that?
dance. Yeah.
I remember they played Blurred
Where the
Lines.
music teacher was the DJ.
Yeah, remember he played Blurred Lines, but it wasn't like the censored version, and it was like, oh my
Oh,
god, this is so
I do not
scandalous.
remember that, but that's
Oh,
kinda crazy.
yeah.
I remember that there was, like, a group of boys that were taking pictures
Ew.
up girls' dresses.
What? I don't remember that.
Oh, you don't remember that?
No, I don't.
Oh,
I don't. That's
um,
terrible. I'm sure. My
yeah.
goodness.
Hi, Shrew.
Thank you for the 4 month sub. You're so
You're gonna get banned?
sweet.
Well,
Hold
you know
on.
what? It was a good run. It was a good run.
Yeah.
It's been a year. I
Yeah,
think
what?
I think it's
Oh,
been a good run.
no. I was promised 100 years of mixed streams.
Only you said that.
Yeah, but I'm a
I don't know where you
VIP.
got.
No, I make the
Oh,
rules.
oh, you right, you right. So how many years of fuss streams do we get?
um,
200?
why? Why? No, we graduate on the same day.
Oh my god, wait, that's kind of poetic.
Yeah, right? Kind of cute,
No,
huh?
well, I'm graduating tomorrow.
What? Are you streaming tomorrow? What are you streaming tomorrow?
No,
the,
I guess I'm graduating today.
the tomatoes. It's awesome. Oh, wait, but
Shrimp.
girly, we have other collabs. We have like 2 more
Oh,
collabs this month.
okay. Well, I'm graduating in May.
Why in May? Yo!
Cause I'm,
Thanks for the
'cause I'm
bump.
actually graduating.
Oh, oh my goodness, I'm so proud of you.
So I'm gonna
Wow.
graduate and then also graduate as a VTuber.
Oh.
Mhm,
But wouldn't
mhm.
it be so cool to be like, yeah, I'm a VTuber with a master's degree? Like that's kind of
That is
aura.
that is kind of aura.
Yeah, so you have to keep going. Wait.
Graduating after turning 1 with bald and broken arms and ears. Me.
Oh, yeah, that is really embarrassing. Just from the ceiling.
Man.
Man. Oh, it's
Graduating from middle school. It's true, it's true.
yeah, it's so awesome.
Graduating middle school with my master's degree.
Sheesh,
Get on my level.
you're so talented. My goodness.
Thank you, thank you.
Hold on, it's been 10 minutes, so I'm gonna be normal for a minute.
Oh yeah,
Oh
normal
yeah.
frosty.
Oh yeah. Oh my goodness, don't look at that.
Oh, whenever your tail has little blue outline.
It has a blue outline.
Just like a little bit. The
Oh.
rest of you doesn't. I don't know why it's just your tail.
Oh, well, that's fine. It can be a little blue photo today.
Wait,
What are
frost
you?
tail is actually my hair.
Oh my god, it looks so. Mm, the Jimmy Neutron.
The Jimmy Neutron.
Yeah, you went to the barber and you
Oh,
said, "Can I have the Jimmy Neutron?"
wait, the barber did me right though, right?
Yeah,
Why
I
am I
think
getting
so.
bonked?
Oh my goodness,
Shrimp.
shrimp. I love shrimp. Thanks
We
for
have
the
to
vibe,
be
though.
height accurate.
Bro, that is not high accurate.
It is
No, it's
though.
not.
It kind of is.
Ugh. It's
Listen,
not that
you
bad.
you can't prove
Well,
otherwise.
you can't prove that it's true. Well, I
Finding
guess
a
you
picture of
could.
me and you
I
and
was gonna
censoring
say,
your
I
face
guess.
out of it.
Yes. Okay. I don't think we have that many pictures where we're both like standing next to each other. Do
Hmm.
we? I feel
I
like we
guess
have
not
a
like
lot of.
whenever we're not like
I,
pose some way where like we're crouching a little bit.
yeah. Or like we're taking a selfie and
Hmm.
you can't tell. Listen, I give you permission if you blur
Hmm.
out my face, but
All right, that's it. I'm coming to visit you right now so that way we can
yo!
take a picture together.
Oh, this is so awesome.
Mick is taller. I am. I'm much taller. Much,
Oh
much
my god,
taller.
that's
Uh-huh.
not nuh
Your ears don't count. That is true. Ears don't
bro.
count.
Man, my ears
Your
count.
ears add like an extra
Yeah,
like foot onto
yeah,
you.
my ears are a foot tall, bro.
They look like they're a foot tall.
Man, you look like you're a foot tall.
Thank
Man.
you.
Oh, thanks. Upside down. Where? Ugh.
Oh.
Man. Man.
People love upside down
I
fox.
know. What's up with that?
I remember the monumental moment of the very first upside down redeem whenever somebody
Oh my
had
goodness.
finally reached enough points.
I'm gonna be honest. I remember that moment, but I don't remember like the context. Like I don't remember what game I was playing. I don't remember what I was doing. I just remember being a bit surprised that that's what anybody would spend their points on.
Everyone was saving for it. It was so monumental back then. Now it feels like it's easy to obtain.
I know. I
But
need
back
like
then it was like,
another big goal, but I don't know what it would be.
mm, you could pull a Zora and shit your pants.
I'm no, like that's his thing. I wouldn't want to take that
Oh.
from him, you know. No, he
I
like
see, I
he
see.
found his niche and
Oh.
I can't
I
take
don't think he would mind sharing that title
no,
though.
no, but like I just don't want to do that to
But,
him.
like, you and him are close, so I feel like it would be
Uh,
fine.
mm, yeah, I'm thinking about it. Um,
It's the only redeem I
um,
spend my points on, that's fair. Very fair.
man. Oh my goodness, thank you for the 25 stream streak. Oh yeah.
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
so glad that
I
Twitch.
always
Oh,
Oh, go ahead.
oh, I was just gonna say I really like the stream streak feature. I think
Oh,
it's
yeah.
really exciting.
Eh, I'm always so surprised whenever I see somebody have, like, more than 5. I'm like, "Why? Why are you here so often? Thank
What?
you, but, like,
Wait,
why?"
don't say why. That's cooked. uh,
Well, like, I don't know. I feel like you guys could spend time, like, watching X Cinnamon Fox or something.
no, you have to
Why are
watch
you
both
over
of
here so
us.
often?
You have to have a streak with both of us. That's the rules.
No, that's true, that's true.
Hmm
Who here has a streak with both of us? Shout out you guys.
Shout out you guys. That's so awesome.
Mhm, mhm.
We need a bald fuss? No, but you can make Mick bald. Like that's kind of
We
awesome.
do need a bald
I don't have
foss.
ears on the side of my head. It looks so
So
stupid.
that was your design
Well, I
choice.
don't want ears on the side of my head, but I it looks
Well,
I
you
look so
complain
top
when you
heavy.
do, you complain when you don't. Just give us the
Complainer.
bald! Just give us the
No.
bald!
No. No.
So I
That's
technically found a new niche? Wait, what's his new niche?
oh.
The shitting pants thing is open for grabs.
Okay,
There we
well,
go,
I don't
boss.
I I'm always wearing a skirt. I don't think I have a
I
single
have
model
6
with pants.
ears, but why?
6
Actually,
ears.
that's valid. I don't have, like, pants on any of my models
Yeah,
either.
that's what I'm saying. So
I was
there's
gonna make a
nothing.
model, like a variation with the new hair that I have now with pants, but I couldn't find a pair of jeans that I really liked.
Oh, that's fair. Yeah, I
So,
haven't
I
seen
was
a
like, "Fuck
lot of
it."
like long pants options that look like that
Yeah.
really, I don't know, look nice in my opinion.
Yum.
Face and
Womp
Mix and
womp.
Face and Foss. Oh my goodness, hi Tiger.
Oh my god. Tiger, congrats on
Congrats.
getting first in both of our
Yo, this is so
chats.
awesome.
The fox ears wouldn't disappear. I think that's the problem that she has because it's, like,
Yeah.
so
'Cause
on the
my
top of her
ears are
head. She
so
wants
big. And then like the sides I look like like an electrical plug. I don't know what you call it. The thing you plug into an outlet. Like the two-prong thing.
Well, again, that was your own design
Okay, but it
choice.
looks fine with hair.
Man.
Man.
Hi,
Hey.
Juice. Thank you so much.
Jeez.
Bald is awful, man. Ryan,
Aw.
Ryan.
I
Oh
think
my
it looks
goodness, thank you
cute
so
on you.
much for the follow,
Ew.
Shu. Hello,
Oh my
hello.
goodness, thank you for following me too. You're following the best bat
That
gal
was just for the
ever.
camera.
Oh,
Wait,
oh
hold
my god,
on.
I'm
Just for
upside
that,
down
I'll
right
give
now.
you
I'm upside down right now.
a free one of these just because that was your first comment. Where is it? Where is it? Hello?
Have some
Oh, I have
topics.
too many
Wait, your
things. There it
topics
is.
are so cute. Is this JoJo Pose? Oh,
I'm posing for the
I
camera.
wish I could hear it. You're mogging on me right now. Oh, a little booty
Oh,
action. Ooh,
booty.
booty. Also, I didn't put the mature like thing on, but isn't this a mature game or no?
Um, I don't think
I
so. It
meant to
doesn't
ask
like
you before.
automatically do mature, but
Okay, okay.
I guess it wouldn't hurt to like put it on.
Well, yeah, I noticed it didn't automatically do that, and I didn't know if that
What?
was like regular or not. I'm bald and I love it.
Not
Oh my
the
goodness.
bald.
Wait, Redbeard, do you have a beard or no? This is interesting information, I think.
Aaron, the tattoo on my bald head is supposed to be an Easter egg. I don't
Wait,
have it
what?
yet, but one day it might be
What?
an Easter egg.
What? Wait, what kind of tattoo would you get on your bald head?
Me and Darren, we were kind of going crazy whenever we were trying to do my tattoo because it took forever. And
Really?
so I drew like a really scuffed smiley face on my head. I think that would be quite funny.
Wait, why did you
Like
keep it?
I go bald and then like you guys do something where I turn around and then you just see big old smiley face back here.
Oh my
That
god.
would be quite silly, wouldn't
That
it?
would be quite silly. Oh my god. Wait, now you have to. You have
Maybe
to.
one day, maybe for the 2 year. Hi, Ark.
Oh, okay. So you can't graduate for another year. Let's go.
Oh my
Let's
god. I'm gonna
go.
graduate right at a year and 364 days.
What? Man.
Man.
Sigh. I still think you need a third eye. Where would the third eye
Um,
go? Like on her forehead? Or like on the back of
no,
her
a third
head?
eye on the back of the head for the
Oh.
bald tattoo.
That would be very interesting.
Why is Faust upside down? It's a redeem over on
Oh,
her
oh my god.
side that somebody redeemed.
Listen,
So she's
I
upside
got
down
3
for
more
10
minutes.
minutes.
I got 3 more minutes. Don't look at me.
Would
Sigh.
consider tattooing his bald head if it weren't for his job.
Oh my
Man, I think the
god.
boy needs to find a new job and tattoo his
Wait,
head.
what tattoo would he get? Oh, that's
Mhm.
so awesome. Bam, bam, bam. She was Australian. Oh man. That'd be kind of cool.
I wish.
That'd be
I
kind of
wish.
cool. Can you
Then I could,
imagine if
like,
I
go to
had
Australia all the time.
Yeah. Could you
Boss,
imagine if
move
I
to
had
Australia so I can move with you.
what? If you're just
Let's move
gonna
to Australia together.
Oh, that would be cute. Does Australia get snow?
Australia has, like, mega bugs. This is the only reason why I wouldn't wanna go. I'm not too sure about snow.
Oh, I don't
I
really
feel like
mind bugs. I mean, in my head, Australia is like very hot, and I just don't think I can handle that. I need some sort
Mhm.
of winter going on.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, we could move somewhere else though. Wait, what do you want to go to
Okay.
Australia for?
I don't know, I just like Australia.
Oh, like what about it?
Um,
Like the beaches or like the wildlife? Don't give
wildlife,
that.
although the
Blank
bugs scare me
stare.
a lot.
Yeah. I'm just saying, like,
Not the blank stare.
if
I
you
don't know,
want,
I
like,
just wanna not be
beaches.
in America.
Oh, that's pretty fair.
Their
Um,
seasons are reversed down there? Yeah. I don't know, maybe that's why
I
I like
have
it so
heard
much. It
that.
seems like
I don't know, Christmas in
so
summer?
opposite.
I feel like Christmas
That
in
would be kinda
summer I
fun.
think
I wanna
it would
spend Christmas, like, swimming around.
I think that would be fun for, like, a little bit, but then it'd be like, "Man, I really
Yeah.
wanna have, like, warm cookies and hot cocoa, but it's 100 degrees outside." I
You
don't
just do it
know.
anyways.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
Mhm.
I don't know. I like winter too much.
There hasn't been a spider-related death in Australia since the '70s.
Oh,
Oh.
that is nice. I didn't think there would be that many spider-related deaths. That sounds terrifying.
Well, when was the last time there was a spider-related death in the US? Can
Ooh.
somebody fact check that?
Well, I know we have like brown recluses and black widows, but I don't think people die from those, right? It's just like you might have to get
I mean, people
like
die from
your limb
a
amputated.
tons of different things.
Oh.
I'm sure there's somebody that died fairly recently from a spider.
Oh, that's kind of scary. Have you ever been
Deer kill
bitten
more
by
people
a
on average.
What?
Um, Sorry, I was reading Ryan's thing.
Oh, no, you're good.
They say they kill more people on
Dear.
average, 4 compared to 150.
I think that makes sense because you, like,
Yeah,
drive
that
into
does make
them.
sense. I don't I've never been bitten by a spider, no, I don't think. Have you?
Mm-mm. It was, like, a fear of
I
mine
s
when I was younger because I met, like, 2 people who, like,
Oh,
had, like, ginormous, like, spider bite, and they had to, like, get surgery. And so I thought that was just, like, a
oh.
common thing because I met 2 people when I was, like, 8 years old. I was like, "Oh my god. Oh my god, the
I see
spiders."
spiders and I, like, run the other way.
Really? I
I don't
kinda
fuck with them.
I fuck with spiders. I think they're nice.
No, I don't fuck with bugs in general.
I hold them in my hands and take them outside.
Oh, no.
I quite like spiders.
I will say I usually don't kill them unless they're, like, really big, but if I see one, I go to the other
Oh.
room and pretend like I didn't see it.
Wait, that's kinda real. Sometimes, like, if they're on the ceiling, like, I try to grab them and take them outside, but if they're, like, on the ceiling, it's like, you can be my
Yeah.
roommate, like, I don't really care that much. But you gotta be
I saw
careful with scaring the big ones, 'cause wolf spiders carry their babies on their back, and they can, like
Ah! Yeah, no, no, no.
be careful.
I I saw a thing that was like spiders, like, memorize your schedule, and so they'll only go out in, like, places
What?
like, you usually only see them whenever you're out of routine, like, whenever
Uh,
you randomly go to the bathroom at, like, 2 AM, because like, you don't
oh,
usually go at that time, you're more likely to see a spider because
I
the spider
didn't know
doesn't think you'll
that.
be in there at that time.
I didn't know they were
I
that
don't know how true
smart.
that is. It came off of TikTok, but I believe it.
Oh, I believe everything I see on TikTok. Man, my spider is probably
Real.
confused as hell. Like, why did she sleep until 2 p.m.?
No, that's normal for you, though.
No, no,
Yeah,
no,
it
it's
is.
stream noon
It
17. I
is.
stream at noon 17 most of the time.
Noon 17. Okay, but whenever you don't stream at noon 17, what time are you sleeping till?
Like 1.
Exactly.
Not 2 though. I don't think I've slept till 2 in like many, many months. I'm doing a good job.
Interesting. I see.
I'm doing a good job. I'm gonna come down from the ceiling.
If I see a spider, I let them vibe free pest control. Yeah, that's how usually I feel about it. I'll let them do their thing. Like I respect spiders. I don't like bugs in general. But there's a lot
Mm.
of like a lot of animals and bugs that like I respect and like I wouldn't harm, but I don't want them anywhere near me. That makes sense. I just get scared.
That makes sense. You got a tattoo of a bug. How do you feel about moths?
Moths.
Yeah.
Moths are nice.
Do they scare you at all?
Mhm. No, moths and
No.
butterflies don't really. They're just there.
Okay. The SpongeBob episode didn't mess with you.
No, I know a lot of people though that say that they're scared of butterflies from that episode though. Like a
No, I think
lot of
that's
people were
valid.
traumatized from
No,
that.
the noise it played. I think if it was just like the close up of the eyes, it would be okay. But the noise was so unsettling. It like I don't
I
know.
think I could name like 4 distinct people that I personally know
Really?
that were
Oh my
traumatized from that.
goodness.
They say, "Oh, I'm
Darren.
scared of butterflies," and it's because of this SpongeBob episode.
It's so valid. Darren redeemed upside down because they
Oh my god.
hate me.
You're gonna be upside down the
Guys.
entire stream.
But when we finally play Monster Prom, it's gonna be so I don't know how
Ooh,
to arrange anything. It's so
that is
unlucky.
true. Jumping spider if my mom would allow it. Wait, that would be such a good cute little
Wait,
pet.
that's so
I'd be
cute.
terrified, but it would be cute.
I've never seen a jumping spider in real life. I've only seen like the pictures of them, but they do look really cute. I feel like they look so polite. They have their little arms tucked in. It's
The
just so
sound of our
nice.
heartbeat is enough to scare a spider? Huh?
Huh?
How would they hear our
Zora?
heartbeat?
I don't even know where you're
Hi,
reading that.
Zora!
Um. Oh, it's from Arc.
Only bugs I don't fuck with are
How do they?
cockroaches.
Do they have?
Kill on sight.
Do they have
Do they have?
good hearing, or can they just like feel the
I don't
vibration?
know. Yeah, I don't know what you mean by that, Ark, with the heartbeat thing. I don't know how they would hear that. The spooters I have an unspoken agreement. I let them be in the bathroom toilet. I have my
The
time in there in
toilet.
peace without the
What?
mosquitoes and flies.
Let,
No, that's real, that's real. Have you ever, like gone to the bathroom, like, you're on the toilet and you just see a spider and you kinda just, like, make eye contact
No.
with it and then you, like, wash your
No.
hands and leave?
No.
No?
I've never seen a spider, like, on the toilet before.
Mm.
That would freak me out. Like, I'm not scared of spiders, but I think anything on the toilet would be not
Well, no, it
awesome.
won't be, like, on the toilet, but you'll be on the toilet and then, like, you're looking at the
Oh.
floor, like, while you're on the toilet and, like, you see it just, like, in the corner next to the tub or something.
Oh. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess that's
That
kinda
that never
real.
happened to you before?
No, I guess that's happened before.
Yeah, and then you just make eye contact and, like, let it vibe, and
Yeah.
then you leave,
I
pretend like you didn't see
genuinely
it.
do not care if there's like little creatures living with me. Except for ants, because there's so many of them and that is not chill. But like I don't
Yeah.
know. I don't
You
know.
walk in and the spider's pooping on the toilet with the newspaper. Yeah, that's never happened to you, Foz? You never came into the toilet and saw a
Ew.
spider taking a fat dump in there?
No.
Oh.
That's so impolite. Why would you make eye contact when they're doing that? What is wrong with
Oh.
you?
I likes it.
What? Ew. That's so
Yeah.
interesting. Sentenced to 10 more minutes of yapping. Man, that was gonna probably happen either way. I'm not gonna lie to you. So,
Our heartbeat feels like an earthquake generator. Okay, so it's more the vibration than the sound.
look,
That makes
I
sense.
don't. Does anyone know
So,
how
like,
to
if they're
edit
crawling on
redeems?
you, how to edit
Oh,
redeems?
yeah. For no
Go to your
particular reason.
creator dashboard,
Okay, I'm there.
viewer rewards,
Okay,
redeems.
there's no redeems. Channel points?
Yeah, channel points.
Oh my god, I found it. Thank you. Just gonna
Jumping
quietly.
spiders are so cute. They do have really cute faces, and then they jump out at you, and it's so scary.
do they? Do they? What? I don't think
Do they
I've ever.
what?
Like they jump at
They
you?
got cute.
Has that
Isn't that the
happened to
whole
you
point?
before?
Isn't that why they're jumping
Well, I
spiders?
think they jump on their prey, but I don't think they're jumping at you.
Well, I
I
get
don't
scared that they'll
know.
jump at
I don't
me.
think I've ever met one
That's how
before.
they say hello.
Oh, that's so cute. That's so cute.
No, no.
Oh no, that's so precious. That's
It
so precious.
webbed you.
That's so
Oh.
cute. Oh my goodness. One time I was
Zora,
at
that's a valid response.
no, that's so messed up. One time I was at summer camp and they had tarantulas and it was like, "Oh, do you want to hold a tarantula?" And I said, "Yippee, I'd love to hold a tarantula." And it was a rose hair tarantula and her name was Rosie and she started like making web on my hand and it was like the most flattering thing in the world cuz the caretaker was like, "Oh, that means she feels so safe that she wants to make her home here." And I think that
Mm.
altered my brain chemistry. I was like, "Oh, this is
You love
so
when people
awesome."
fart on your hand, huh?
That okay, that's crazy. That's not what it
Um,
is. Sigh.
Zora always comes in here saying the craziest shit.
Yeah. Yeah. Womp womp. Wait, I still don't know what the new niche is that Marshy was talking about.
I don't know. She said that he'll have to debut it on his own, so I don't think it's out yet.
Oh, a secret niche.
Yeah, Zora,
Oh.
you apparently have a new niche that isn't shitting your pants. So I've heard. I might have been talking a little bit about you before you showed up.
um
Marshy said you have a new niche that isn't shitting your pants.
yeah, we were discussing your um
'Cause I said that Foss should get in on that and do a shit pants
okay, well
redeem, and
don't
she said she didn't wanna steal your stuff, so maybe you should just give her permission right now
no,
to go ahead and
can you
create
no,
one
can you
of
stop
those.
talking? I don't want permission for that.
She
What
can
the
have it. There you go,
I
Foz.
don't want that.
I'll shit her pants. Oh my god.
What
Wait, a group shit in Foss pants?
the what is wrong with you?
Oh,
That's why I don't have pants. That they're for later, I guess.
heard of a Goliath bird eater? I Think I
Oh,
have seen that before. I can't remember exactly what it looks like, but I know I have seen one at one point. Like, not in life, but, like
yeah, I think those are in Australia, maybe, or
yeah,
not in the
yeah.
United States. There's somewhere around that is not here.
Foss streams pantsless all the time. Every
I
single stream,
do. I
pantsless
do.
for real.
I'm a skirt and dress kind of girly.
Mhm. They're just better.
Oh, cooked.
Don't talk smack on Taco Bell like that. Not my
Sorry.
beloved.
I haven't had Taco Bell in so long.
Oh, could not be me. I've been eating way too much like fast food and stuff though, just in general
Ooh,
lately.
really? I kind of have
Yeah.
to. But in my defense, it was like, oh, I'm gonna move, so I don't want a bunch of groceries.
That's fair. In my defense, I think, "Oh, I have so much homework to do. I don't have time to
Mm,
cook."
no, that's valid. That's valid.
But it's
Hmm.
not valid, but
No, it is valid.
no, tell that to like my 20 fucking pounds I'm gonna gain.
Oh my goodness. This is
Oh,
so.
don't hee hee that.
More mixed
Thank you,
salsa.
Ark. Thank you, thank you. I like the red too.
We have a
It's a nice
stream
little
where you walk
change.
in and a spider shitting on the toilet, but in your pants and not into the toilet. If you animate that for
Wow.
me, sure. Wah!
Hell yeah. I'm imagining like a
Oh my goodness. Getting heckled.
Yuki.
Oh my goodness,
I'm imagining
W.
like a very, very scuffed, like scroggly drawing animation of Zora.
That
What
would be
the
so awesome.
shrimp? Man,
Yeah, hi,
man, I'm getting
Yuki.
attacked over here.
You
Heckles,
are.
bonk.
Wait, Yuki, since you're redeeming stuff, can you please redeem Rat Dance? That would be so awesome.
What the fuss? You can't just get everyone to redeem Rat Dance for you.
Why not?
Oh,
I
Yuki can't hear.
Yuki can't hear. Dang it. What the hell? My life is so
Oh,
hard. Yeah!
Shrimp got it for
Oh
you.
my goodness, thank you, Shim.
Oh, now I'm just a smudge.
Sorry, I don't know where the song is. What a good one. Wow, you look so great today, Pookie.
Not Zora saying rat dance. Wonderful outfits. I can't hear rat dance.
It's
I am
awesome.
censored.
Yeah.
Yeah, this isn't all redeem over on my side.
She's not safe for Twitch.
Yeah. Womp womp. I'm like
Womp
censored.
womp. It makes censored.
Womp womp. Anyways,
So awesome. Anyways.
game perchance? I love your pixels. Thank you so much.
Mm,
I
yeah,
got I got
they're
lots
so
of them.
wow. This is so awesome.
Like there's at least 20.
Did you count? Wait, hold on, let me count. One,
Well, there's definitely
two,
more than 20.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, that's about 10. So that's about 20. So that's about 40. So
Okay, okay.
that's like 100-ish. I probably missed some, so that's like probably 110. Um,
There you go.
wait, no, I'm not
Very
done yet.
scientific
Wait, I'm
number,
not
about
done yet. I'm not
110.
done yet.
Oh,
My guess would be about 450. Can someone fact check that?
450.
Can
Okay,
someone,
somebody start counting. I'll be so still so that way you can count.
or you could just like take a screenshot and then count them like that.
No, I'll just be still.
Okay. Even when you're still, your pixels are still wiggling.
Oh,
You're
well,
wiggly. You're wiggly. Look. Look. Oh my god, your pixels are
wiggly,
wiggly. Yeah, they can't
wiggly.
count. They're suffering.
Foss needs an 8-bit redeem. Foss just
Oh.
needs more redeems in general. Come on,
Frost
Foss, join the dark side.
Frost doesn't want to watch 20 hours of tutorials. Frost wants someone to tell her what to do and she'll do it.
All right, Foss. We're getting on a call after this. Wait,
Okay.
collab stream idea? Collab co-working stream?
So cute.
We set up your model together?
That would be
I
really
wanna censor
cute.
Foss.
That'd be kind of
Real, me
awesome.
too.
What? Don't censor me.
Whenever she says something slightly not say so,
Oh my god,
I'm
I'm
gonna I'm
always
gonna
say
censor
so.
her.
Say
No,
so.
no, you're not!
Yes, I am.
No.
Okay, it's been 10
You need the
minutes.
Smurf redeem? She's
No!
greedy, she wants you to pay money for it.
I need $20 for that. Okay.
Bleep out every word Foss says, oh. Oh, that would
Yo!
be easy, you could easily get, like, a little censor
No!
sound redeem, a little bleep.
Oh my goodness, I think Ina has something like that. It's not a redeem, but sometimes she'll just be like beep 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 beep, and I don't know how she
Yeah.
does it, but it makes me laugh.
I'm assuming it's like a stream deck button or like a hotkey that she has on her thing.
Oh wow.
So whenever she's about to say something, she just
Beep, Wait, just
man, I
you
want a stream
telling
deck.
her what to do, and she's like, "Huh? What? Huh? I didn't hear you. What? Huh?"
Oh,
I don't even
oh,
say "huh" that much.
you kind of do.
No, nuh-uh,
Mm, we gotta start counting
nuh-uh,
how many times she says "huh."
nuh-uh,
No,
nuh-uh,
uh-huh,
nuh-uh,
uh-huh,
nuh-uh,
uh-huh,
nuh-uh.
uh-huh.
Hey.
Well, we want to go to game?
Yeah,
Game time? Game time?
game time, game time. I gotta unmute it. It had really loud. Oh my god, why am I so small? What the? Or am
Hold
I
on,
small or are
I'm
you
gonna
big? Where are
I'm gonna
my
redo
ears?
myself.
Okay, you redo yourself. I'll wait patiently, and then I'll fix myself after you're fixed.
Okay,
I think I
this
might be like
is
this. Hmm.
this is probably how
I'm
I'm gonna
always say
be.
so. Incorrect buzzer sound. Yo! Bro, I heard you swear before. Listen, sometimes I swear because it's funny. You guys just don't understand the mind of a genius. Like is mogging
A
on you.
genius, huh?
Bro, don't say anything.
Mm, hmm.
Wait, listen to this fruity music.
I think I turned down the game too much. Once we get in, I'll have to turn it back up.
Oh,
They cannot hear it.
I think mine is fine. Wait, are you adjusted the way you want to be?
Yes.
Okay. I'm gonna scoot you just a little bit. My tail's gonna be
Goochies.
behind you. Okay.
Yeah, your tail's behind me on my end too.
I don't know where to put
Hide
my
that tail. Put it
honeycombs.
away.
I guess the honeycombs can be between us.
Honeycombs. Wait, that just means that you
Honeycombs?
want honeycombs to be closer to you than me.
No! No, it was they were
It's just
no,
like the meme.
no, not like the meme. I
Why
thought
do
we
you
could
love honeycombs more than
No, it's
me?
not that. I thought we could share them because it's like my favorite snack, and you're also my favorite snack. And it's like, wow, we're sharing, and it's so.
Well, you can only have one favorite snack.
Nuh-uh, says who?
Fine, fine. I'll give that half a Riz point. Only half.
A raise point. Wait, what's the scale? What's like the max?
I don't know. I'm assuming
don't
that you can
know.
only get 1 point per thing, right? Right. So
I
your
think
overall
so.
Riz only went up by 0.5.
Okay, well, what's my overall Riz score?
Oh, I wish you didn't ask that.
Yo! Bro, I put a bow in
I
my
think
hair for you. And
Oh, that
this
is
is how
true.
I'm being
Okay, you're
treated.
sitting at like a solid 4.5 right now.
I just got a half and I was only at 4 before that. Oh.
Well,
Is it
so
out
you
of
gotta be
5?
more
Is it out of
riz-tacular.
5? Is it out of 5? Please tell me it's 4.5 out of 5.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
She stays losing.
Bro,
4.5
this
is not good.
Wait, we're holding hands in the bag of honeycombs? See, that's exactly what I wanted. That's
Oh,
cute.
Cute.
4.5 is not good. You need a 10. Guys, I'm working on it. I'm working on it. Let me do
Well,
my
we'll
thing.
see. We'll see how this game goes. I
Let me
think
do my thing.
it could either be mega riz or no riz at all.
Okay, is your game all good? I'm gonna press full game.
I can't mess with the settings right now, but I
Oh,
need to
what
do
are
the
you
sound once
looking
we're in
at?
it. I meant looking at the same screen as you, the
Oh.
short game, full game.
Oh, thank you for the hydrate.
Okay, hold on.
Wait, can you go to settings here? Because I think this is like the start, maybe.
I can go back
Hydrating
to
cinnamon
menu.
Did you just take a drink? Your little hand was in front of your face.
Hold on, let's go a little bit further. Hopefully I can change the sound
Okay.
in a bit. Because right now I can't. There's only resume and go back to menu. I can't do anything settings-wise.
Wait, you're so scuffed. What the hell? I thought the scale's out of 5. Oh, thank you, Awa. I think it is. Ah, spooky high school. The sweetest years of our lives. Wait, I don't know how to do this if you want to read it. What if we read every other word?
Every other word? Okay, back.
Then.
We.
Were.
Young.
And.
Unafraid.
Sometimes.
Reckless.
Sometimes.
Brilliant.
Sometimes.
Stupid.
But.
Always.
Willing.
To.
Live.
Life.
To.
The.
Fullest.
Okay, what about if we read every other box?
You didn't like that?
I don't think I did. Also, we're covering up so much of the text on my screen.
What?
I think I'm gonna have to separate us.
What? Oh my god, bro. I thought you did this like before we went live.
Oh, I was just checking to make sure that I could do online because I saw a thing that said like online was not available. So
You two
hold
should
on,
do
I
a
could
finish my
do-
sentence challenge. I've never heard of that before.
hold on.
I don't know
I
what
can do my
that
video
is.
background.
It's this Team Rocket speech. Did we do a good job? I think that was kind of awesome.
Un momento, we're getting there. We're getting there.
This stream is
Tail
so awesome.
in the way.
Tail in the way. Man. You're supposed to be censoring it for me. Is the honeycomb's meow? Meowth is the toilet spider.
Okay,
Man.
Frost will still cover some of it, but I feel like that's a bit better.
Oh,
Okay, sorry.
Oh, okay. Do you want me to read?
Yeah, and then I'll read the next box.
We were on a wild journey to discover who we really were. Oh.
Oh.
Huh?
Oh my god,
Oh.
wait. I want to be this
This
baddie
one-
with the white streak in her hair.
This one is so pretty. Wait, they're all so pretty.
They are.
Hmm.
I like the guy with the green jacket a lot too.
Yeah.
They're all really pretty, like you said. I like that the guy on the end has like a little friend on his
Yeah,
shoulder.
I think that's the one I'm drawn to the most. But I like the aura of the green fella.
Yeah.
This girl is awesome, but I think she's like way too. I couldn't live up to that.
Name Yellow.
Yellow
Oz.
Oz? Wait, are you seeing my screen?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, I
I
didn't know
think
you were
it
waiting
says
on me.
choose player 1, and then I think I'll be able to choose next.
Oh.
Can you guys like hear the music at all on my screen on my side? I don't think you guys can.
Oh no.
Let me go in my mixer. Maybe I can do it that way.
I'm gonna be the fried egg on the bottom. The fun Phil has a pet worm. I love the pet worm. I don't see a fried egg unless you're talking about just my stream background.
So quiet.
Banana? Pet worm. Yeah. No, this person looks very, very friendly and approachable. Us is a 10, but her wrist is a 0. My wrist is not a
Is that better?
0.
Okay, I'm being this girl with the white streak in her hair. I resonate a lot with people who have different colors in their hair.
That suits you, that suits you. Blue Vicky. Oh my god, all caps.
Yeah.
Yo, Aura.
Okay, I didn't realize that I could have.
Oh, I kind of liked your all caps Aura.
I'm not that girl though. I'm not
Aw,
that girl.
it's
Pronoun
fair.
she.
She. It's low-key louder
It's
than
low-key
you
louder
now.
than you now. What the?
Oh no.
Okay.
Sapworm sound? I don't even remember
How we
what
sounded
the worm
now.
sounds like.
I like how you said just a smidge and then said it's louder.
Yeah, he doesn't know what
Am I
he's
very
talking
quiet?
about. Are you very
Is that
quiet?
good?
You sound
Do I need to turn myself up?
so good over here, I think, I hope.
Okay. I'm hoping that this is good.
Sounds good. I like pot.
I found while you were typing. Oh,
Weird,
the
what
sound
does
you're
that even
typing
mean?
is really, really high.
Oh, I see.
I wish. Hold on, I might
Fox,
have to
here's
go
a
back
name
to the
I don't
menu.
know. You don't know my name? What the? Hi,
We'll end the game for all players.
hi, little rodent. Whose name I do know.
I'm hoping
Mari,
that once
those
we
are
get
so
in here, I
cute.
can do its thing.
Yeah, I feel like most games have like you can change the music or like the
Settings in
typing,
there. Okay.
all the different audios.
Great stream. Thank you. Pink Fox, should I know your name?
Well, I would. I mean, I guess maybe not, but it says it. It says it if you
We
scroll
could eventually look
down.
at Fog. I'm hoping I can change it without ending it. Hopefully. I've had yet to experience its ultimate challenge, the Monster Prom.
Yippee! I remember it clearly. 3 weeks were left, and as we fantasized about our dream prom dates, we were all scrambling to catch the attention of one of our 6 most charismatic classmates.
Oh my god.
Oh my god,
Miranda Vanderbilt, 19, a sweet mermaid princess who is cute as she was genocidal.
That's so awesome!
Oh my god, I love her little crown.
I
She's so
resonate with that
cute.
heavy.
Of
Damon,
course, you like the pink one.
what? I don't like her because she's pink. I like her because she's genocidal.
Mm.
Damian
Oh,
LeVay.
somebody
Hey, stop! Me with Princess Bubblegum. 21. Oh my god, thank you for that. Sorry. A fearless
Not the
demon.
peeking.
Oh, did it peak? Oops.
Yeah.
A fearless demon with a taste for destruction and a love of fire.
Oh, I like his little laugh. Scott Howell, a werewolf 21. A werewolf athlete who compensated for his rather small brain with a stupidly large heart.
Bo.
We love a himbo. Oh.
Liam de Linecourt, 400 something. A hipster vampire whose standoffish demeanor hid that he was truly a lovable dork. Ooh,
Hey guys,
pretty.
22? Question mark? A party ghost with an insatiable hunger for all of the wrong things. Okay.
And Vera Oberlin, 23. A mean, self-made gorgon with a merciless sense of business. Oh.
Okay. Immediately, right off the bat, who are we liking first?
Ooh.
Loki, I already forgot like half their names.
I also forgot their names. I think my type is, I don't know.
I think I like the first
demon.
three
The first
rather
three.
than the last three.
Yeah, the gorgon is kind of cool. Oh, my ears are blocking her.
Yeah.
I kind of like a sassy lady, but I like a really feisty, fiery kind of fella with horns that kind of goes crazy. But I don't know. I think one of the first two. I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's kind of where I think too. I don't know. I like a himbo though.
Yeah. That's so valid. That's so valid.
Poltergeist Girl is the best so far. I like her. I think the only one I don't
looks
vibe
really
with
pretty.
is the vampire.
Yeah. Their description was cool, but I don't know. I feel like he's like the librarian type, and that's just usually not what I go for.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was clear. It had to be one of them. But who?
We only had 3 weeks to choose our prom date. And even more daunting, we only had 3 weeks to woo them and conquer their heart.
Oh god.
Oh god.
It's okay. We have ultimate Riz.
True!
But as I already said, we were young and unafraid, and we were ready to start.
Ooh. Oh my goodness. She's on a magazine cover. That's crazy.
Crazy
Welcome
exes.
to Crazy Exes. Oh.
Yeah.
You just won't go. Wait, this is awesome. Welcome to Monster Prom's stupidest pop quiz ever.
All minds are rotten, but they are rotten in so many different ways.
Worry no more. We're now using our PhD in bullshit to diagnose which kind of deviant sicko you are.
She's kind of awesome, but where's the genocide?
Yeah, that's real.
I'm sure we'll come up.
I need to see her be crazy, and then I think that will determine if I like her or not.
Monster Prom's stupidest pop quiz ever, TM. We'll throw a bunch of absurd questions at you and turn your answers into character stats.
Oh my god. Okay. Wait, I love taking quizzes! This way, each of you will start by having stats that better reflect your true selves.
Let's start.
Oh my god, wait, are you watching me take this?
Yeah.
Okay.
Coolest reality show.
Oh man, this is a lot of reading. 12 experts on the various arts of seduction live in a house where they must face a common challenge, seducing a potato into marriage somehow. I guess I would watch that. 8 rich people fight in weekly challenges to see who's the best at giving money to you. Wait, that's kind of awesome.
Okay.
People in positions of power must face all sorts of questions relevant to their field, and if they fail, they lose their jobs and society wins. I would not watch that. I think... that's hard. I think I would go with the middle one.
Man, I want to see people seducing a potato for real.
Yeah. Wait! I'm wealthy and you're charming. This is not looking good for me.
My risk score is going up.
Man. School is outdated and lame. We need a new school subject ASAP. Do you want to read these ones?
Sure. Turning people into your puppets through emotional warfare and deception 101.
Oh my god.
My favorite.
I'm picking... Don't even need to read the others.
What the? How to correctly punch a crocodile without terrible consequences? You don't want to learn how to punch a crocodile, Foss? You don't even read it.
Poor crocodile. I would not want to punch one.
Critical thought. I mean, damn, this country would really use a subject like that in schools.
Oh,
I think
that's
I'm
kind of
gonna
real.
do turning your puppets into emotional warframe and deception. We love deceiving people because you didn't even read the other ones.
Listen, I know me. I know what I'm about. What's the sexiest type of knowledge? Ooh. Obscure 80s movie trivia, sports things.
Goodness,
Stuff on fire. Oh, that's kind of awesome.
Like a killer cocktail. Ooh. Oh my god.
Lyrics to all Disney songs.
That's boss kind of aura.
No, it's not, bro. Oh my god, one time I was in the car with someone and they were like, "Oh, do you mind if I put my playlist on?" And it was a Disney playlist and I was like,
Oh.
get me out of here." Listen, there's some
No.
Disney
Sometimes
songs
the
that are
Disney playlist is
bangers.
so hard though.
Yeah, but it just wasn't the vibe. Like, we were on like a road trip.
Oh.
It was just like giving me a ride home from
Oh.
school, and I was like, man. Like, occasionally a Disney song is fine. There's some bangers, but like a whole
Yeah.
playlist, it just felt a
Of
little
only
bit
Disney
like
songs
a
is
red
kind of
flag to me.
yeah.
All the principles to build a financial empire.
Burn fire.
I don't think any of these are really knowledge that I find like extremely attractive, but I think how to set stuff on fire would be mine.
I think it's very close for me setting stuff on fire and making a cocktail, but since you said fire, I'll go with the killer cocktail to be different.
Okay,
But like
okay.
somebody who could make one of those cocktails that is on fire,
Those are
that's
so
ultimate
have
riz.
have you ever had one like that?
Yeah, I had
Really?
a flaming margarita a couple months ago.
How much was
It had like
though?
little sugar cubes that like got all brown and caramelized.
Ooh, that's
It
so
was really, really good.
nice.
It was expensive. I don't know because my parents bought it for me.
Ah, that's so awesome.
Mhm.
Oh.
Oh.
Wait, I wish it lingered on that a little longer.
Yeah. Mine was the poltergeist girl, I know that. Yours
Ooh.
was the demon guy.
Mine was the demon. I wanted to know what the other ones were though.
Yeah. Okay, so
McDonald's to a whole new world.
Nice.
Awesome. Oh wait, what are we? Oh,
Okay,
we're
hold on.
choosing where to go?
I'm hoping if I go back to main menu and adjust my settings, hopefully we can like resume from here.
Yeah. If we can't, we can just like click through it really fast.
Yeah.
Remote Claire disconnected. Surely it saves your progress.
Yeah, surely.
Go into gallery.
Since I did
got anything.
gain, how's it sounding?
Sheesh.
Is anyone on my side able to tell me if that sounds
Oh.
too overpowering
Maybe this
or
is-
good?
Maybe this is spoilers. I shouldn't be looking at that.
Sounds Gucci? Okay. Thank you, Zora. I really appreciate you checking in on it.
Slay. In the main menu, there's like a tiger fella.
Okay. I'm
excited
gonna
to
switch
meet
over
him.
to just chatting because I know Join does like the code thing again.
Oh.
I don't want random people joining in on us.
I was just gonna do the honor system, but maybe you're onto something.
Oh. Are you able to resume the last one? No.
I don't think so, because I think this code is different. Okay, I'm gonna
Okay,
whisper
we'll
it
just
into
go
your
through
ear.
it so quickly.
Can I
Put it in the Discord.
what if I put it in the Twitch chat? Surely nobody will look.
Surely
Okay.
they won't.
Surely they won't. They would never do that.
Everyone close your eyes real quick.
Yeah, everyone just close your eyes. Wait, I'm like closer to the camera than you. Okay.
Okay. We're gonna click through everything so fast, guys, and get back right where we were. Do you remember what things you picked, though?
Yes, of course. Oh, sorry. Why is this so embarrassing?
Type faster.
I'm typing. Slurping the code. You gotta keep it safe, right? Surely for no other reason.
Okay. Clicky.
I'm clicking.
Use the auto clicker. We could always get you a stepping stool. She needs one.
Bro! I already have one.
Oh, thank you so much for the hydrate.
Wait! This is a different thing! Aw, hell nah.
Oh. Okay, well, we gotta take the quiz again, I guess, guys.
Aw,
New
man.
quiz.
New quiz. Run it back.
Chance to fix global warming.
Go ahead is crazy. It's
Time
time.
to be a real hero. Oh, sorry.
No, you
Go
go,
ahead.
you go. I'll do the next one.
I'll lead a mission to the sun in order to invite the sun to a party of its life. We'll have so many hilarious misadventures that the sun will eventually become cooler. Winky face.
Such a non-answer, but I love the winky face.
Yeah. Global warming
Oh.
isn't real. I invented it, and now science is claiming authorship because science is a lame copycat with no original ideas.
What?
Okay, base.
Okay.
Nah, the world is doomed. But I'll start investing in ships and start profitable business for the soon-to-be covered by water world.
These answers low-key suck, but
They do.
I guess the winky face resonates with me.
I think the winky face also resonates with me. So
Mm.
fun.
Oh, we're so fun. What's going on, Bus? Oh my goodness, we're playing Monster Prom. Pretty cool, huh? I got a hot date photo today.
No sexy potato this time. Whoa, look at that!
Yo! Why did you say whoa like that?
I don't know. Hopefully there will be a sexy potato later.
You're like, is this not enough for you? You're elected president for a day. What's the first law you pass? $1 bills will now include a picture of me and the inscription, "Beware, too much awesomeness. My presidency might last a day, but my fame will last forever."
Boo.
You can deduct.
Unless it's a booty.
What?
Sorry.
You wouldn't want my face
Like-
on $1?
No, I want that booty. Smells fresh.
Ew, what? What is wrong with you? Why did you say that? Oh my god, I just
That's what the
showered.
game says.
Oh, I thought you were just saying that.
Thank you so much for the follow, Leon Kennedy. Oh my goodness. The Leon S.
Oh
Kennedy
my
TTV is
God.
following me.
Oh my god,
my
after she
God.
said that,
I've
that's
never
crazy.
played Resident Evil, but I still love you.
You can deduct taxes by writing sonnets instead. Amount of taxes deducted are calculated based on the beauty of the sonnet. Okay. Trivia fact. Presidents don't pass laws. So this is a trick question. Oh, sorry. So is this a trick question? Or are you just being an idiot? Oh my god, bro.
Okay, I know I saw that the first one was kind of trash, but after reading the other ones, the first one's kind of the most base
I
one.
know. The other quiz was so much better.
It was.
I like sonnets, but not that much. It's weird. I think I have my face on a bill. Oh my goodness, how cute!
I'm picking the same one. Also, the other quiz, we had like more varying answers.
I know,
Now
we're
getting
gonna be the same
stuff.
person.
Dream first date
Yo!
crimes. Oh my god, my favorite. A lovely walk in the forest after rescuing your date from a dragon.
Oh.
Okay. A wild party in international waters. A professional meeting where you charm your date with some astonishing business advice. A
Ew.
sweaty, manly wrestling match.
Oh my goodness.
An art expedition experimental enough to give you a seizure. My god. I know I have two that I'm between. So if you pick one, I'll pick the
Well,
other one.
this one, it's a. I feel like crimes is kind of exciting, but it really depends on the crime for me. I like walking in the forest, but like I'm not rescuing anyone from a dragon personally. A party on the first date seems kind of sussy. Hold on, I'm thinking so hard.
Wait, you're muted.
They're muted. They're working.
I have one where I know it's like for sure.
Oh well, what is that? You tell me it.
I want to do the art expedition.
Oh wait, I was thinking about that one. Okay, hold on. Maybe seizure, not good. But I feel like going on an art museum like on the first date is that's so nice. I love
It
hearing
is.
people's interpretations of different pieces of art.
Hi, hero.
Tax evasion. Oh my god, if they're doing my taxes with me, then I'm marrying them probably.
Man, I'm kind of sad that the quiz was different.
I know. I was kind of vibing with the first one.
It's all my fault.
I guess I'll say a wild party.
Okay, I want to get a seizure.
Oh,
that's no. Now I have the vampire.
No. Aww.
Okay. What are your stats? I have 6 smarts, 3 boldness, 5 creativity, 7 charm, 7 fun, and 5 money.
Mine is 5 smarts, 4 boldness, 5 creativity, 7 charm, 7 fun, and 5 money. I think.
Okay, so
I see 2 lists.
basically
but I don't
the
know.
same. Oh, you see 2 lists. What? I only see 1.
Yeah. There's like an
You see
orange
my
one and a
list?
blue one. I assume the
Oh.
blue one is yours because it like tucks away if I'm not hovering on it.
Okay. I can't hover on it for some reason.
Oh. Well, yeah, we're pretty similar. I have.
Okay, yeah, it's just the smarts and boldness is different.
Yeah.
Everything sounds poggers now. Thank you so much, Zora.
Yo!
Alright. Where are you going, Frosty? Wait, that tree in the outdoors is so cute!
That is really cute. I like that it gets happy when you hover it.
Yeah.
I
I also like the library, like in the big tower.
Bathrooms is crazy.
Oh, I'm going to the bathroom.
Oh, yippee.
I like how the bathrooms are like outside too, like a whole outhouse.
Imagine
our
being
nice
in the
little
library
pool.
and being like, oh, I have to go take a break to go to the bathroom, and you have to
Aw.
like down the stairs.
I hope there's a spider in there. Oh, that's so true. Go to the bathroom so you can see a
Shoot.
spider.
Okay, I'll go to the bathrooms. How do you skip class and just hang out in the bathrooms because you respect no authority? Okay. Yeah, that sounds like me. Wait, I have like little
Yeah.
worm friends, and one of them's holding a comb. Are you seeing this?
Yeah, that's pretty epic. That's pretty epic.
Yeah, that's awesome. I hope they brush my hair for me. I guess some people just want to watch the world burn. By skipping class and hanging out in the bathrooms, you get +0 shits, but you gain +2 boldness. My goodness,
Okay.
I'm bold. Wait, this is weird. Why? Why is it just me?
Because you went to the bathroom like a weirdo.
Oh, sorry.
We would just want to read like the ones that your actions, and then I'll read all the stuff for my actions.
Yeah, that sounds good. Wait, somebody call this number. Tell me what happens. Scott and
Yeah.
Holly pull you aside, one of them holding each of your arms. Whatever's going on, it's serious. Oh, I don't remember who Scott is.
Oh, is that?
Oh, is this Scott?
Oh, yeah. Scott Howell.
Oh. We need your help,
I like
bro.
Holly's shorts a lot.
I like her tank top that's like kind of off the shoulder. Her outfit is so good. We need your help,
I like her
bro.
little Cheeto necklace.
Her
Her
what?
Dorito. Her Dorito on her necklace.
It's supposed to be a Dorito.
It looks like a Dorito. We can all agree.
I don't.
Oh, man.
The midterm for AP Jump Scares is coming up tomorrow, and we're so unprepared. We tried everything we could think of to get ready. I rolled up the textbook and smoked it. And I ate my homework. They're kind
Oh
of
God.
awesome.
I love his face. Look at that blank. I ate my homework. I love him.
Yeah, he's kind of awesome. But nothing worked. We only got one option left. We gotta cheat, bro. We just need to figure out how to do it without messing with the teacher. Or with messing with the teacher. Either way, if you can help us, we'd be super grateful. That's all the incentive you need. You hook them up with your ultimate cheating technique.
Oh, what's your ultimate cheating technique?
I'm about to pick. Just take the test like normal, then use this time machine to go back and change your answers. Write all the answers on the teacher's face on that. What are these options? I
They
think the
get
best.
them on the teacher's face. He puts the teacher like during a nap during their plan period, and he's sneaking to start right on their
That
face.
sounds awesome. Well, the first one sounds like so. Well, they both sound stupid, but at least the second one is stupid in a funny way. The first one
Yeah.
is like
But, like, if
stupid
you're
in a
doing it the
nerd
second way-
emoji.
If you're doing it the second way, though, everyone's able to get the answers.
Well,
Like, I
who?
guess that's the question. Do you want everyone to cheat, or do you just want the advantage for yourself?
Well, I don't care if everyone cheats.
Okay.
No. So I keep getting bold points.
You're just
Ooh.
such a bold person.
Is that real? I don't think that's super
Oh my
real.
goodness, wait, she's making the Fost Wowee face.
Oh my god, wait, she's so cool. Yes, 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 yes. Mr. Giant Stonehead is like 99% face. It's perfect.
That's the 99% face.
And
Oh,
I've
she's
heard
winking.
he sleeps like a rock too. This will be so easy. But isn't this vandalism? Coach says winners don't do vandalism. He's such a himbo. No, silly.
Yeah, cheating's okay. Vandalism, no.
That's where we draw the line. It's only vandalism if you're doing it on a not alive thing. This is makeup artistry.
Oh, real.
You make a mental note never to let Polly do your makeup. You gain +2 fun and +1 smarts.
Nice.
Wow. This is
Alright,
awesome.
I vibe with this little tree. I'm going to the outdoor land.
Oh, yeah. Oh my god, you're
Oh,
pumpkin.
look at me.
Look at you.
That day during recess, you start a half-hour rave that goes full crazy.
Yeah.
Oh my god, I love raving. I've never been, but I would love it.
Aw, You would love it.
I would. You have no idea how it escalates so much, but at one point there's like 300 people. Oh my god,
Yeah.
I'm a party maker.
That's so awesome.
Someone summons demons from a nightmare dimension. The consequence might distort the fabric of reality itself, but who cares? It's a rad party. Oh yeah, that's real. I love partying with demons.
Oh
It's the
yeah.
absolute best.
Oh yeah.
+2 fun. You look up and find Liam and Scott waving their phones in each other's faces.
Oh.
What about this one? Nah, I'd definitely swipe left on that one, bro. But this is my best picture.
Oh, poor guy.
But it's not even a picture of you.
I mean, that's kind of
It's
awesome.
just a photo of a sign wearing a top hat. Not the stop sign.
Wait, be honest.
Um.
If you were on Tinder and someone had a stop sign wearing a top hat, would you swipe on it or no?
If that was their only photo, that would be a no.
Oh,
But
okay.
I do like it whenever somebody has like one funny photo and with like
Like you get to the
actual
end and
photos
it's
of
like
themselves.
it's like a cat meme. Do you like that?
yeah. I think it has
Okay.
to be at least like less than half have to be memes.
Yeah.
Like if
that's
they have 2 memes
understandable.
in one photo, that's like not enough. But if they have 2 photos and 1 meme, that's good. That's good.
Okay.
know?
I understand you.
I heard partying with the demons. Yes, we're partying. We're gonna start an
Yeah.
actual rave.
Oh, I love raves.
It's artistic. I don't know. Maybe if it were a picture of a fire hydrant.
What? What?
I don't understand. Well, it's as if your pictures are. It's not as if your pictures are any way superior. What are you even doing in this one? Smiling? See, unacceptable. Man, he does not
What?
look fun.
Doesn't. Why is he at this rave?
I don't know. Like, who invited him? Who invited him?
Maybe he has a secret fun side.
He wants to pee on it. He's a dog. Oh.
Ew.
He sees fire hydrants and he's like, bark, bark.
He's a barker. Oh. That's kind of nice.
I like smiling. Are you sure it's wrong?
Wait, look at his
I love him so much. I'm so Scott-pilled. I'm falling for him for real.
I thought his name was Liam.
No, Liam's this guy.
Oh.
Isn't it?
I don't
He's
know.
Scott, right?
I don't know. I wish it said their names on top of like the text. I'm never gonna remember
Same.
everyone's names. I already forgot the guy I like.
We'll run into him. Surely.
Surely.
Of course I am. Look, I'll even bring in an impartial third party.
Oh, thank you for that.
You.
Jay.
You're renowned for your horny dating app PM success. What's your secret? I don't just smile with my face. I also draw a smiley face on my bare chest. It's true. It's true. It's true.
Dude, oh my god. Do you have a
Gotta
pic
draw
like
a
that?
smile on the thing that makes other things smile, right? Right.
Can I see?
Only you. Only you.
Yeah. Who
I
wants
shock
to
and
bark first?
I
Oh,
love
dear.
barking.
Oh.
We love a good bark.
Wait, give us a little bark.
Arf.
Cute. That's so cute.
Thank you. Thank you. I shock and amaze them with my custom momentagram filter. I guess that's Instagram.
I think so.
A sepia mustache. Okay. I like the smiley face on my bare chest for real.
Yeah.
So fun.
Oh, it's so fun.
Whoa, dude, that's like 6 times as many smiles. What?
He's not very
6
good at math.
times.
It's okay. He gets a
You know.
pass.
He gets a pass. He gets a pass.
Mhm.
I love his bling stare. 2. It's 2 times as many. Bro, who has time for a match? Wait, who has time for match at? Wait,
Math.
huh?
Math.
Math. Oh my goodness. Sorry, I'm dyslexic. Who has
It's okay.
time for math at a time like this? I gotta go find a Sharpie. Oh, he's winking at me.
Oh.
This is gonna be like the last time I passed out at that football party, except with smiles instead of dicks. He's so cute.
He is so cute.
That is technically correct. Okay, I got plus Scott stuff.
Oh,
You
yeah.
wish you were easy to please as Scott. You gain +2 creativity and +1 fun.
Famous vampire. Yeah. Usually the vampire types are like kind of fun, but oh, what is this?
Yeah.
Decide player's
Um,
order. Do you want random or challenge?
I like that challenge has like a little microphone on it.
Okay.
Everybody chooses something cool. Say your choice out loud to the rest of the players before clicking.
Like right now? Hold on, I gotta think of something cool.
Well, do we get like a prompt or just something cool in general?
Well, it says I think is the prompt not everybody chooses something cool?
Okay.
I just don't want to click and it'd be like, all right, whoever picked this, and it's like, oh, we didn't even pick.
Okay, something cool. Something cool.
Hold on, I'm thinking.
I got my answer.
Shoot, you got it so fast.
I'm just
Okay,
recalling memory.
Okay, I got my answer too.
Okay. Mine is the little dollar bill with the butt on it.
Aw, man, that's a good one. I was gonna say a penguin with a beanie.
Oh, okay. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool.
Okay.
Oh.
Player
Decide on how awesome it would be if Japan built vending machines that sold the selected thing. Start the meeting now.
Well, a vending machine that sells $1?
But how much would it cost to be $1?
I don't know. Do you think it's an even exchange? Like you just trade your dollar for $1 with a butt cheek on it? Yeah, but like a penguin is pretty cool.
Yeah.
But I guess if it's alive, that would be kind of
Yeah, that's like kind
not
of
good.
cool.
Yeah, I think yours is better.
Yeah,
I'm
you're
gonna click
just
on
getting good
you.
value for it. Good value.
Yeah, that's true. I'd rather have a butt cheek dollar. Sigh. Oh, right.
Okay.
I clicked on you. I don't know.
I don't know what I have to do. I can't like move my mouse or anything.
You can't? What am I supposed to be doing here? Oh, never mind.
Oh, there we
I
go.
just had to click on second. I thought it would autofill.
Vote for Mix. Oh yeah. Oh my goodness. Wait.
Oh, you get to
Where
choose
do I
where
want
you
to go?
sit.
Oh,
Wait,
I do want to know more about
who?
the demon. Who is this dude?
I don't
Who is
know.
this girl?
Wait, cat girl with a piercing. That's cute.
That
I
is
don't like
cute.
the guy sitting by himself. That's like
Yeah.
snarling.
I'm intrigued by her, but like she wasn't part of the options at first, so like I'm kind of scared to like go against the grain there. I think I want to sit
I don't know what that
with
means.
these two girlies
Ooh, that's.
and know
that's a
more
good
about the
choice.
genocide princess.
Oh man, that's kind of awesome.
Oh my goodness! Wait, look at her outfit today. Wait, she slays so hard.
I think Polly is the most like attractive character.
Oh, for sure,
She's
for
so
sure.
beautiful.
Good night, Redbeard.
Well, thank you for tucking them in. I hope you sleep still well. Sorry, I'm
All
not
right.
reading your message.
Yeah, we're just gonna glaze over that one.
Yeah.
All right, I'm trying to comprehend your request. What is there to comprehend? It's really simple. Miranda, take my cell phone, snap a picture of me, face planting in my food with my eyes closed and tongue out. But wherefore? Right here, Miranda. You're about to point out that wherefore means why, but luckily Polly elaborates on her own, so you don't have to look like a fucking know-it-all. It's a new meme, Miranda. Like clicking or dabbing. It's called food poisoning.
Wait, she's so awesome.
I love her. It's dope AF. Don't you have cool trends in your kingdom? I suppose we do. Oh, we have a fun trend called Reverse Your Rulers. It's where you show nothing, but at the utmost devotion for the royal family. Of course you would like that one. If you're good at it, you get lots of likes on social media and also not executed. Do you ever listen to yourself when you speak? I bet you know some pretty cool trends, don't you, Mick? Heck yeah, you do, don't you? Glazing over it. Not even in a fun way.
Oh.
Listen, Zora. What is that emo aware?
Oh.
I'm scared.
Man, get the tomato emo out of here.
I do think Poulter is my second favorite in the lineup so far. It's between her and Scott.
She is really cute.
Trend. Entitled Silverware Wear, where you just look at your most expensive cutlery and dress it in fancy tiny outfits. Wait, that's
What?
actually, that's so cute. I want to dress my spoons. It's called dying. Wow. That's so edgy. No, I want to dress my sporks in a little dress.
But saying I surely do is so funny. I surely do.
What's wrong with that? I say I surely do a lot.
You do? Oh.
I feel like I say surely a lot. Like just the word surely. So I feel like I would say I surely do. Dying mention, craving emo, man.
I mean, I don't know what to say to that. That's
I'm
concerning.
worried for you. Really? Oh, have I not heard of this trend before? Beautiful silverware, fancy dresses are two of my biggest passions. This trend sounds like it was invented for me. It may have been, but you, on the spot. But there's no need to go into that. What's your favorite meme?
Who asked that?
Wait, Foss, what's your favorite meme?
Like current or like of all time?
I would say current.
Is Glorp still current? I quite like Glorp. Glorp makes me smile.
Okay.
I don't know if
fair.
that's outdated though. What's yours?
I think I really like the meme where people on TikTok are like, "Oh, this is my impersonation of an owl, but this owl is XYZ."
It's like Ariana Grande as an owl.
Yeah.
Okay, that's a good one.
I never swipe past those videos. They're so funny.
So goofy. I love that for you. Glorp?
Spiked salad forks and velvet evening gowns, seahorse steak knives and frilly skirts, teaspoons and tea dresses. Oh, she gets it. She gets it. Look at her little
Aw,
blush.
that is very cute.
This trend is no words.
Oh,
Yes,
she's not
the
amused.
glory of this spectacular combination would leave me speechless as well. Were I not so excited to create more memes with Mick.
Aww.
We'll have to meet up soon. Bring all your most exquisite chopsticks. I shall bring doll clothes in which to dress them.
That's really
Aw,
cute.
she's cute.
She's cute.
New Fits Fire. Thank
Yo!
you so much, Apex.
Thank you! Oh my god.
Thank you.
Thanks. We worked really hard on them.
I don't like the genocidal one anymore. No, I kind
Yeah.
of like her more.
I
like that she's so passionate about dressing up utensils.
I think
I feel like that's a shared interest of ours.
I think I want to be friends with her, but I'm no longer romantically interested in her. I thought
I
she'd
think I
be
can
kind
agree
of
with that.
I thought she'd be like kind of like insane, but it sounds like
Yeah.
she's just like a princess
Yeah,
who
she's
does
kind of
work
just
arms.
a little stuck up. It seems
Yeah.
like.
I'd be friends with her though.
I really, really like Polly, so I'm kind of sad that I didn't get a thing with her. But
Aw.
I like the utensils, so
Mhm.
it
So
was
valid.
clearly the better answer.
Clearly.
Totally. Hanging out with Miranda sounds amazing.
Her name's Miranda.
Guess it's time to go try and find some exquisite chopsticks.
Yippee! Man, I want to sit by this guy, but I don't want to. I don't really want to be at the table with Leon.
Oh, that's rude.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just.
What about the cat with the piercing?
Yeah,
that
I
we
am
don't know.
looking- You just want to know about her, but you don't want to have to suffer any consequences.
What? Me, maybe.
I'm a little interested in this square game. Between
Yeah.
these two, I guess I'll go to the cat with piercings.
Yes.
Oh, it's a shop.
Oh.
Do I have money? Wait, look at her.
I
She's
guess we're about to
cool.
find out.
Welcome to my little shop. Buy some shit. I have shit that will boost your stats, shit that will lead you into stupid new adventures, even some shit that might be much needed at some very specific moments. So take a look.
Oh, wait, the Bob Ross.
Wait, that's cute. A motivational poster.
Oh, wait, you have
Oh, wait.
$5.
Oh my god, I have $5. I'm too poor for a PR
Oh.
agent. Wait, but a fake badass tattoo?
Oh my
It
god.
has
just add
flames and a
water.
skull and even a knife. With this, you can murder your enemies, go to prison, make everyone your bitch, and then murder them too, and go to some kind of super prison.
Looks like a tattoo you would get. A sword with a snake wrapped around it.
Are you calling me edgy right now? I do want to
I
spit.
feel like that's something that you would get, though.
Oh, it is. Wait, I'm not really sure how the items in this game work. But out of all of
boosts
this,
your
I
stats.
want a tattoo. I want this, please.
Ooh,
Buy
your boldness is
sushi.
now 10.
Oh my god, I'm so bold.
Let's trade places.
Oh.
Do we challenge again or just random?
It doesn't matter to me. I think the challenge is kind of fun. Good,
Yeah,
good
we can do
talking
challenge.
points. So many shit, just like a toilet spider.
Everyone chooses an animal. Okay. I'm thinking.
Okay, I'm thinking.
Mm.
I got one.
Okay, I got one.
Okay, mine is ferret.
I'm thinking of. Okay, I don't remember the name, but I think it's
What?
the hard knee birds. Was that what they were called? The long-legged ones.
Ooh,
The zoo. Were they called hard knees? Hold on, I have to do a Google search.
I forgot what they were called. Aw, you should have picked Spider Monkey. I should have picked Spider Monkey. Dang it. I think it was hard knees. Maybe something knees.
It was something knees for sure.
It was
Thick
something-
knees. I'm thinking of a thick knee
Yeah,
bird.
ooh, okay. Good answer. Good answer. They Fingers
Who are
crossed.
these two cuties on screen? Hi, Kaya.
Oh my goodness, do you like our outfits? We're
Mhm, mhm.
matching. Okay.
Okay. Wait, what was yours again?
Ferret.
Ferret. Okay.
Oh.
Okay, how likely it would be for the selected animal to take over humankind? Start debating now. Okay, well, just consider these birds.
I'm
They're
considering.
super long. They're super versatile. They
Okay.
can run. They can fly because they're birds.
How
so
does
they,
that help?
They got such traversal. They could really get through anything.
Yeah, but they got
Like if you
bird
try
brain.
attacking it could like run for days, outrun you. It could outfly you. It could do anything.
Yeah, but they got bird brain. I just don't think they can coordinate the same way that a ferret could. I feel like ferrets are very social creatures and they could really rally. And you said that the thick knees are long, but like the ferret's probably even longer and they got little teeth. They could bite you.
Yeah, I think you're right. I don't really have a good argument for mine. I'll vote for you.
Yippee!
I vote for ferret. Not gonna lie. Yeah, ferret. Ferret for sure.
Thank
Some
you,
people are
thank
kind
you.
of ferret-like.
What?
What do you mean by that, Zora?
I don't think I've ever met a ferret-like person.
Oh, have you looked in the mirror recently?
Like Fop.
Like Foss. Oh.
What about me is giving ferret? Man.
What was mixed one? The thick knee bird.
Yeah, we went to the zoo together, and there is a bird that was called thick knee, and we laughed at it really hard.
Yeah,
Okay,
it's got really, really long legs and thick knees.
It looks like Auditorium is like the shop again. I don't know if you get money in this game. Can I be honest? I want to go to the library so bad, but I just do not want to see Liam. And I feel like...
Well, Liam was at the rave, so I feel like there's... Like, he could be anywhere. He could be anywhere.
Yeah, that's true. Okay. The library is where I like to be at school. That day, you spend some time on the library's PCs.
Mining bitcoins! Oh my god.
That's crazy.
Frost NFT win?
Oh my god. What would it be an NFT of? Just like...
Smurfost.
Okay.
Obviously. Upside down Smurfost.
That would be $500. This is supposed to
that's
have...
a steal.
Yeah. This is supposed to have something to do with solving algorithms and the rise of cryptocurrency. But you guess that nobody actually has any fucking idea how it really works. Anyway.
Customizable Monsley? Can you customize NFTs?
I don't think so, because it's not fungible. Bless you! If you could customize it, then it wouldn't be the token anymore. I don't think that's how that works. I gained plus 2 bitcoins, which is equal to 2. But is this million?
Yeah.
$2 million! Which unfortunately is equal to 2 monster dollars. So plus 2 money. Oh my god!
Okay. Just as you wanted, you were like, how do I get money in this game?
I know! I spoke it into existence. Suddenly, a chill runs through you, as if the very fabric of reality is in danger. Yes, please.
I'm trying to romance Foss for real.
Oh my god, it's working. Except for you called me a ferret, so I don't know.
Oh.
Scanning your surroundings, you quickly discover the reason for the feeling. Polly and Damien are together, and they're bored. Oh my god, Polly again. Shit!
Polly's everywhere.
Wait, I like both of them. That kind of sucks for me. Damien,
well, no, it's a win-win.
Damien! I know, but whatever I choose, it'll like only give me one of them, right?
Yeah, but
I guess I can't lose.
Or it's only in week 1.
Yeah, that's true. I guess I can't lose if that's the case.
Polly is hot. I love her fit so much.
She's very well dressed. What? I must have fallen asleep for a second because nothing is on fire. I know, right? Nothing crazy has happened in the last 47 minutes and I'm dead. I mean, I am literally, actually dead. But I also am dead because of how bored I am. What if we just Oh fuck. I'm so bored. I can't even think of something to do to not be bored. No! Oh, Buzz. Somebody please cause a sexy problem.
Oh,
Boy,
not the sexy problem.
that's so real. I could be a sexy problem, I think.
Sorry. I'm sorry. I just saw that and got excited.
Break the 7 seals and release Kralak the world fucker. Send party goblins. Damn, that's so hard.
Oh god.
I'm more
Not the
interested in the
world
top
fucker.
one. I just want to know what that is.
Yeah.
Party
No, I.
goblins is so funny.
I think they're both really great answers.
That's what I'm saying. I'm cooked.
Are you cooked? It's a win-win.
Yeah, you're right. I'm cooked because I want to know what both of them do. I think True to Myself would be the top one.
Yeah, yeah.
So smart. That's crazy.
Smart. Oh. I would not have thought that was a smart answer.
No, it's because it's in the library. Don't worry.
Okay, okay.
Using an accursed sword someone was stupid enough to give you, you shatter the word separating the world fucker from our world. He emerges onto this mortal plane with a noise like a million throats being slit at once, wreathed in bloody vapor. These are the end times that the ancient poets forlornly prophesized. This realm will rot like the maggot-riddled corpse it is. Ah, sick. It's the world fucker. Come to fuck the world. Yes! Hey, world fucker, wanna party?
I love Polly so much.
I know, she's so cool. Kralak speaks with a voice like a snake eating itself. He says, hell yes.
Oh.
You
Damien
all
points.
head off to party all night, leaving a trail of flaming wreckage in your wake. The world is doomed, but at least it's not boring. You gain +2 fun and +1 boldness.
Very nice, very nice.
Very
Okay,
nice.
I'm gonna do a quick comparison of our stats. God, you're outstatting me for real.
Oh, well, I just win. So I'm like 3 ahead of you, I think.
Yeah, but you're more fun. You're a lot more bold. You got so much bold. It's that tattoo.
It's
You're
true.
smarter than me.
Ooh.
I got a little bit more creativity. That's all, and money because I haven't bought anything. I think.
As long as it isn't the mind goblins. I don't even know what a mind goblin is. Me when I goblin
think
your
I'm gonna
mind.
Go to the class.
Oh, how studious
Oh wait, no,
of
it's
you.
evening. I don't want to go to class in the evening time.
Oh, what's wrong with evening class? What if it's astronomy? Astrology?
That is true. That is true. I think I'm gonna go to the gym. I kind of want to go back outdoors again. I love the outdoors.
There's
But I
nothing
don't want to
wrong
keep
with
going
that.
to the same place.
I
I'm gonna
think
go to
you
the
should
gym.
live your truth. Oh my goodness, look at you! You're so
My goodness.
cute!
That day was an epic dodgeball match takes place. Everything seems lost, but you deliver inspirational speech that fuels your team's spirit,
Ooh.
leading to a spectacular comeback. Mind goblin these nuts? What
Don't read that out loud! Sorry.
No, I'm reading it. I'm perceiving it.
Mods.
Band. You're clearly a natural born leader. That I am. That I am.
Agreed.
You gained +2 charm.
Oh.
Oh yeah. After all that, you decide to go look for a spot outside of the school where you can get some good sunbathing. Okay.
Well, you're going outside anyway.
Yeah, I love the outdoors. You fail to focus on your sunbathing since you see Scott and Miranda deep in conversation. Oh my goodness.
Ooh.
It's a sports game thing, Miranda. But I think a good boy.
Oh.
But I think I'm a good boy, so there's something that just gets me growling when I see the opposing team.
What?
Oh, okay,
That's
Scott. I
crazy
see
thing to
you.
say.
I do really like Miranda's outfit
I'm a
right here.
good
She
boy.
looks really cute.
I like
Oh, Scott.
little ribbon.
Oh, sorry.
little ribbon on her neck.
The ribbon.
Reminds me of
I like
someone.
the shorts. a little fold up right here. Oh, it reminds you of someone?
Yeah, it reminds me of someone.
Oh, I wonder whom. They must be really cool to have a nice little ribbon around their neck.
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, Scott, believe me, I understand better than you may think. It's exactly how I feel about those horrendous air people.
What?
Air people? Yes, Scott. Obviously, the air people. I know I've told you about them before. They're sworn enemy of the mer people, and they must be destroyed if they refuse to accept our superiority. Oh, wow. All of them? That sounds really hard.
What
So
the?
goofy.
Oh my goodness.
It will be. They're horrible, ruthless nation of feathery socialists who refuse to bend a knee no matter how many times my father invades. So they're not the thick knees.
Oh,
They
they're
can't be
not
bending
the
their
thick
knees.
Mm-mm.
They don't like guacamole, Scott. Not the
What?
guacamole.
Is that relevant?
It is. It
Oh,
is.
sorry, of course.
Foss, do you like guacamole?
Not really. Like, if it's
Oh my
on something, I won't
God.
complain about it, but I would never order guac, you know? I'm a salsa kind of fella! I'm sorry.
Guac is like a type of salsa, though. No?
Is it? Maybe it is.
I would consider it in the
I
salsa
don't know. If I
subclass.
ordered, like, a salsa sampler and they gave me guac, I'd be like, what the hell is this?
Man, but if it's a sampler and you're getting like all kinds of salsa, I would be happy. I'd be happy. Are you guys
Okay.
avocado toast kind of people? Not really. My mom is. She gets avocados quite a lot. I don't get avocados a whole lot, but I do like guac whenever I
don't like avocado. That's
yeah,
why I don't like guac.
I like guac, but I don't like just plain avocado that much. If that makes sense. If that makes sense.
That's fair.
They eat the crusts off their peanut butter and jelly sandwiches.
Oh, I love crust.
Balls.
Oh.
Socks with sandals? And fanny packs. Oh man, that's a pretty scary enemy, Miranda. What are the mer people going to do about it? Like, he's so mocking right now.
What is he doing?
That's a great question, Scott. We've tried reasoning with them through bombs, chemical warfare, and torture, but they're entirely unreceptive.
Oh my goodness.
Man, not the bombs
Oh.
and total warfare.
Oh dear.
Walk to us, spit on that holy. That's getting pinned. What the hell?
Why is that getting pinned? That's so bad.
That's funny as hell. I like it. I appreciate
What
it.
even
Hi,
is
Doc.
a
Welcome
molly?
in.
That doesn't even make sense.
Who are these divas slaying their model outfits? Oh my god. Thank you so much.
Thank
It's me and my bestie and my lover.
you. Saying me and my bestie and my lover makes it sound like you were two different people.
No, no.
No.
Stop. Don't think about that. No.
Am I the bestie or the lover?
You're both. My bestie and my lover.
Aww.
You're both. You're my
Aw.
everything. My world.
Oh my god, that's so cute.
It's really weird that people wouldn't sway the air people, but maybe they can step in and help. Scott and Miranda probably have different takes on what the best strategy would be, so think hard about what you pitch. Peach, reach for truth. Use your great cheerleading skills and put an end to this feud. Okay, that would definitely get Scott's attention, I think.
I think
And then wipe
so.
them out. Make the Air Kingdom and Mer Kingdom by flooding the entire sky.
Oh.
Flooding the sky is crazy.
Um.
I don't really like either of these answers, I'm gonna be for real. I do think
Yeah.
flooding the entire sky is quite funny,
That is really funny.
but I don't want Scott points, so I'm gonna pick the top one.
That is so understandable. Oh, you're so charming.
So charming. What? Yes, you're a genius. cheerleading is always the answer.
Aw.
Scott, as much as I appreciate you, peace isn't the answer with those horrendous people. Hideous people, sorry. Also, how do you plan to put an end to a feud that has existed for centuries just by cheerleading? You just gotta up your skill.
Yeah, that does sound like a skill issue on her part.
Instead of you both, I heard you bald. Oh man.
What the? You're just hearing
No.
what you want to hear.
Yeah, I think you're projecting right now.
Yeah, I think so too.
Your lover isn't your bestie. What are you
Aw,
doing? That's
that's
so
so-
real.
I love Mick.
Like this. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hey, air people, just end this war. 5, 6, 7, 8. Reaching for peace would be really great.
That would work
9,
on me.
10, 12, 13. Remember to always use sunscreen. Real. He's a king.
Yay.
Does
He's spittin'.
13 sunscreen? That doesn't really rhyme.
Oh.
But you know, it's close enough. It's close enough.
I mean, they both end with "een." It's like a slant rhyme, I would say.
Yeah, yeah. You decide not to point out the fact that he forgot 11. Oh, I didn't even notice.
I didn't notice. What the? Maybe you're made for each
Listen,
other.
I was just too busy appreciating him. Just missing one number is quite good by lovely Scott's standards. Real.
Wow.
I love Scott. I love him so much. Scott, this is useless. Trying to negotiate with the air people is never an option. But then, a slip of paper falls from the sky. Miranda picks it up and reads it. Dear Scott, I really liked your cheerleading. Keep being this cheerful. Sincerely, the sun. Aww. Hooray!
That's so cute.
This has nothing to do with our feud, Scott. I guess I just have to seek war advice from somebody else. Have a nice day. Man, get out of here, Miranda.
Yeah. It's true.
Yeah, she might be right, but I won't ever stop cheerleading. Thanks, Mix. Thanks, son. Hooray!
Aw, he's so happy.
Oh, I spot something. Oh, wait, I get a double feature.
Ooh. Oh my god, wait, her lipstick and nails are purple? That's so awesome.
Wait, that is really cute.
Wait, she's so beautiful. Sheesh.
I don't know what voice to give her. I didn't really hear her laugh too well.
I didn't hear
Good one,
anyone's
Polly.
laugh.
Oh, really?
Mhm.
Oh. He totally thinks we're friends with the sun now. Oh, no!
Aw.
We can mess with his head big time. Right? I don't even want the big guy to feel like his cheerleading is useless. As annoying as it can be sometimes, he doesn't deserve to be
Wait,
sad.
that's
Wait,
so
that's
nice of her.
sweet. Oh,
Wait, what's the organ's name? I forgot.
I don't know. I forgot as well.
Oh,
Vera. Vera and Polly once again messing with people's heads. You know what? Scott is happy and he thinks your idea worked, so good enough. I got 2 fun and 1 creativity.
Aw, that's so cute.
Man, I'm getting so fun.
You are so fun. Something
This
happened.
weekend something happened to
Oh!
me.
Oh my goodness! What happened to
Oh my god.
you?
You're practicing your moves against the invisible ninjas, who are totally real and totally after you. And when you spy on a much more visible threat.
Oh my goodness! It's him!
Mick has working arms, so that means that she can pet Faust.
Aw.
I feel like Faust's head is a... There we go. Just a little... My arms.
Your elbow's
I'm
kind
like
of in my
elbowing
face.
her in the face.
Yippee!
If she gets her lefts and rights left, of course.
Ooh.
Man!
Ooh, get called out. Oh my
Man.
god. I really
Yo,
like
fuck
this
Hammer.
guy.
Yeah, I like his denim.
I like
Denim
people who
jacket.
are a little bit mean.
Yeah, I think same. Just a
Mm,
little bit. As long as they're nice to me.
mm.
Yo, fuck Hammer. I need your advice about something. Do you know what the most powerful force on Earth is? Stronger than anvils or swords or my 9-pack abs? It's love. And I think I might just
Yeah.
be in it with your buddy Foss. Oh, shit.
Oh my god. I'm
Oh my
swooning.
god. Look at him. He's blushing over you. Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm gonna wingman for you so hard.
Oh my god. This is so awesome.
And sure, love is already hardcore, but it's just the feelings are so strong, and that's badass. But the love will surely be the love will be doubly as strong and badass if it turns out that Faust is hardcore as I think she is.
Oh my god, I can be so hardcore. Why am I getting bonked? Thanks, Kaya.
Not the bonks.
Nick the type of guy that
really
go to the local Tesco with Google Maps? Is that true?
Next question. I do love my Google Maps.
Sorry, I interrupted you.
No, it's okay. It's okay. Of course, there's really only one way to judge a person's true soul. You know her pretty well. Do you know what her inner murder weapon would be? Oh my goodness, wait.
Do you?
Of course you do. I think I do. I'll make up one on the spot. Fun, right? Don't be a dick. Unless you want to, in which case, totally go for it. Nah, I'm wingmanning so hard.
Oh, thank you.
Okay. So,
these are crazy.
her weapon? Major cardiovascular disease.
Ew.
I'm not too sure about that one. This is the ultimate murderer. The leading cause of death worldwide, and something capable of catching up to tough motherfuckers who have survived everything else. Nah, that's boring as hell. An electric chair? That's how boring Foss is. What?
You said the top one was
better, but I guess the top one gets you more riz?
That's so strange.
She'll just be the standard government regulated death.
To be honest, I thought these options would be cooler. I thought it'd be like she has a sick dagger with a snake wrapped around it.
That's what I was expecting too. I fucking knew it. Listen, I won't Google it if I'm like at my house, but if I'm somewhere else where I don't know the direct path, yeah, I'm gonna Google Maps it probably. It depends on where I'm starting and where I'm going.
I think that's understandable. All your bangs are going right through your sticky note.
Yeah. Hold on a minute.
Awesome. Oh, hi.
I'm moving it to the side, not even up.
Wait, it's so cute.
Okay. I want you to get brownie points, so I'm gonna pick major cardiovascular diseases, I guess.
Thank you. Thank you.
Damn. I wouldn't have even thought of that. If major cardiovascular diseases were a knife, they would be the sharpest and deadliest knife ever. If they were a sword, they would be two katanas.
Why does he like them so much? Oh.
Listen.
Wait, you look awesome.
Man, don't say I look awesome.
Oh, so, do you want me to say you look horrible? I'm trying to raise you up.
I don't want you to perceive me.
Oh, sorry, I'm not.
Okay, thank you. If they were a gun, they would be an atomic bomb. Wow, cardiovascular diseases was raging in Foss. That's
What?
I never. Oh.
What does this mean? Oh, I feel like I have to go to the doctor.
Raging with cardiovascular diseases.
Oh, I think I need to get that checked out.
Man, guys, stop saying bald. We get it. I'm bald.
Oh my goodness, this is so sad for you.
That's confusingly worded, to say the least. But luckily, since you were the one who started this metaphor, you know that Foss likely isn't going to die. Unless she is dying to go to prom with Damien. In which case, bam! You're welcome, Foss.
Oh my goodness, thank you. Thank you,
What
this is so awesome.
No, don't say I'm outbalding you. Listen, we're equal amounts of bald. Also, thank you for the biddies.
Is that true? Who has more eyebrows?
Oh. I can't recall what Doc's eyebrows look like. I feel like he has more eyebrows. My eyebrows are quite thin.
Mm-hmm. So I think that means... I think he's winning this one.
Also, Doc might have facial hair right now too.
Ooh,
God damn it.
dang it.
Man. I gained 3 boldness.
Ooh. Let's trade places. Do you want to challenge again?
Challenge.
Yeah. Okay, everybody chooses an occupation. Say your choice out loud to the rest of the players before
Wait,
thinking.
you see occupation? I see a movie.
What?
Everyone chooses a movie.
Mine says everybody chooses an occupation.
Okay, well, we'll go with occupation.
Okay.
Because we just debate anyway, so.
It's a little scuffed.
Okay, so we're going occupation.
Okay.
Let me think. I'm gonna go with a firefighter.
Oh, I was gonna go with a mailman.
Okay.
Okay. Players or orders decided based on how likely it would be for Mick to get a job as a selected occupation at some point.
Man!
Oh, that's kind of hard. I feel like you would like the... I feel like being a firefighter would be like more fulfilling for you. But I feel like going to school for that...
drive around and go...
I know, but going
deliver mail all day.
Like, I guess I don't know what the process for being a firefighter is like.
I mean, you don't go to school, but like you just have intense training.
I feel like you could do that.
Like I consider I'm in law enforcement. I'm not a police officer, but like I considered it at some point in the academy for that. And I feel like the academy for a firefighter.
Yeah, I think
considering law enforcement isn't that far fetched.
Yeah, I think you win this one.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Firefighters have a physical exam and training. Yeah, it's definitely a lot of hard work. I don't think I would want to do either job, but I think it would be more realistic for me to be looking into being a firefighter than a mailman. No offense to the mailmen out there. It's just not something that I would want to do. I do not want to drive all day long, every day.
I would way rather be a mailman. I don't think I could emotionally handle being a firefighter.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I keep eyebrows way maintained for sure. My beard is back to my previous length. Okay, yeah, so I guess I am more bold than you. C-section baby, what?
What?
What? Look at this perfect round head. C-section baby for sure.
Did it get automated? Because I'm not seeing. What are you talking about?
It's kind of high up.
Oh.
That's right after the what's good twin. You're out balding me today.
Oh. I see. I never thought about that.
Have you been going to the gym, Mick?
You have to be able to carry
I used to go a lot.
Could you carry me?
Could you carry me you before?
Could you carry me firefighter style? Like...
Probably could. I've carried you on my back before.
Yeah.
I could at least lift a Fost, but that's not saying much because she's very, very small and lightweight.
Oh, 8 feet tall.
Morning. Okay, I'm gonna be a good student and go to class this morning. I think.
Okay.
Gotta be studious. I gotta get my smarts up. I only have 5.
Ooh, understandable.
That day, you listened to your elders and learned valuable lessons. Sometimes, after all the monster nonsense and all the dating gimmicks, you forget that attending class is supposed to be the primary activity of this high school. You gain +2 smarts. I like this guy in the background with like the hat on.
No, his face is so small.
That's why I like him.
I like the other one who's like staring at the camera like...
I don't know why my throat's giving out. Sorry, hold
on. my dad throat problems are getting to you.
You would like that one though. You would.
Yeah, I would. I do.
She's been carrying Fools and DVDs. That's about it, guys. I'm gonna go back to the gym. I swear, it's so hard when I have so much schoolwork.
Yeah.
Did you guys know I have to write a 4-page paper, do 2 discussion posts.
Oh my god.
Do 4 responses in 1 week every week.
Co-working stream.
Working full time while streaming like however many hours I stream a week.
Write your essay
Oh
on
my God.
stream.
No, that would be so embarrassing for me. Absolutely not.
No, I want to see how many spelling errors you make.
No.
Yeah.
No, 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 no.
Oh man.
Lift a Foss. You lifted a whole grain of rice while the
God,
workout.
bro. Listen, I'll go to the gym
Oh,
too
man.
one day, and then I'll be big and beefy. It's just so boring.
How's your abs coming along?
Oh my god, I love eating carbs.
Really untrue. There you are, swiping through potential Monster Mash dates when you spot Scott pacing around and muttering to himself in distress. Man, I cannot get away from Scott. He's everywhere I go, but I'm not complaining.
He loves you.
You can't bear to see someone so adorable in so much pain. You might as well try to ease it however you can.
Pop up like that.
What's wrong with how he popped up?
It was like you on your 1 year certain stream. He just popped up out of nowhere.
I redeem? What do you mean? I heard the bonk go off.
Oh, Kaya redeem Pika.
Oh.
Die. Pika Pika.
Oh yeah.
Disrupting.
Oh, hey there, Mick. Do you think I'm adorable? Oh.
Aw.
Just going straight for it.
So
yes,
bold.
in fact, you were literally just thinking that. Anyway, the other day I was out in the forest trying to find a quiet place and a large branch to do some pull-ups before the big sports game. Not the sports game.
Oh yeah, oh, pixely.
And suddenly, I was approached by these talking forest animals. They were pretty big for forest animals, but I thought I'd never seen animals that could talk like that. I mean, other than us werewolves, if you're counting us as animals.
Oh.
They were just so fuzzy and adorable.
Aw, that's
They
cute.
said that they were impressed by my pull-ups and my muscles, and that I was even more adorable. Real and true. Wait, I
That's
love
so
him so much. He's
cute.
making like little friends with the woodland creatures.
Is he your
Aw.
favorite?
I think he is. I do really like the poltergeist girl, but I love him so much. And I keep on running into him. But yeah, it's definitely between him and Polly, I think.
That's understandable.
For me.
Okay,
Who's
okay.
it for you? Damien and Polly?
Yeah, I think so. But I want to know more about the Gorgon lady. Like, I
Yeah.
haven't seen her at all.
Yeah, we have barely seen her. Why is that bald head censored? You're gonna have to take that up with Kaya. He's the one who did that. Oh, there it is.
Oh, there you go. Speaking
Hi,
your
Sam.
Shalra's Eve.
So the nice little forest animals with giant heads made me their king. Oh yeah!
Oh my goodness.
Which was like really, really flattering. I just don't know anything about ruling. I'm not sure if I'm good enough to be a king. Aw,
Aw.
poor Scott. It's up to you to help him rally. Okay, a good king is a strong ruler, physically strong. And if you can do 100 push-ups, you can be a good king for sure.
Okay.
Royalty has been inside of you all along. Why else would your eyes be so royal blue? Oh.
Oh.
Okay, well this one I feel like is actually giving advice, and this one's just like hitting on him.
Oh, what do you think you'd appreciate more? Oh, thank you for the hydrate instrat.
I kind of want to just give him Riz and say the royal blue thing, but I think he's so himbo that he wouldn't quite understand. Like, is that mean to say? Like, I feel like he wouldn't understand.
No,
that.
I think
I'm trying to
I
riz
think
him
that's
up.
right.
I think
he'd
he
be
would
like,
just like better if I gave him the advice of 100 push-ups, and he'd be like, "Oh my God, you're so right."
yeah, I think you'd be like, your eyes are royal blue, and he'd be like, what?
Yeah. So I'm gonna pick the push-ups. I think. Strong, but I am strong. When I heard strong leader before, I didn't know it meant actual normal strong, like Scott strong. I can do 100 push-ups. I can do 200 push-ups.
Sheesh.
That's double the amount, right?
Oh my god,
Does
he's
that
so
mean
good
I
at
could
math.
be a double king? Look at it.
Wow.
Oh my God. What could that even mean? Does that mean I get super king powers like flying and mind control? It so does, Scott. It so does.
Wow. He gets it.
If you rub your head now, you will hear the same noise as if you were cleaning a window.
I don't know, Doc. Maybe you
That's
should.
squeaky.
Maybe you should rub your own head to see.
He can do 100 pushes in me? God damn, how do I delete my own physical? No, you gotta live with that. That's going on the pinned wall of shame.
Oh, that's... Yikes.
Or even better, I might get a tiny crown on top of my regular sized crown. What a luxury. Blessed be the day that you come to understand Scott's train of thought. Well, daydreaming about king powers and tiny crowns before doing 200 push-ups is a bit arrogant of me. I can always ask the furries later.
The furries?
Yeah, the animals. The little animals.
Oh,
the woodland
I see.
creatures.
Who calls little creatures furries?
Well, they're furry, are they not?
Oh, I guess they are.
I think it makes sense.
Oh, okay.
Furries is what I decided to call those giant, furry, talking forest animals for short. Oh no, wait a minute. No, I think furries is fine. I think he's good there.
Oh, uh-huh.
Thanks for helping me with my confidence back, Mick. You should come meet my furry friends sometimes. I would love to! Please, 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 please. I've always wanted to hang out with Scott, but not too sure about these circumstances. Why? I want to watch him do push-ups in front of a bunch of furries. Sounds like a lot of fun.
You're so weird.
You're telling me you don't want to watch Scott do push-ups in front of furries.
I guess I would.
Exactly. But it's better than not hanging out at all. You gain 2 fun and 1 charm. I'm so fun!
You are so fun.
Digital footprint doesn't exist. It's just like taxes and insurance. You're so right, Doc.
Yeah, you
so
have
right. All fake things in that
man.
list.
You have 3 more fun than me. Sheesh.
I just went.
And
You still have
5
fun
more
with that one.
create. Oh, that's true. My goodness. Oh my goodness. Okay, where should I go? I'm kind of interested in outdoors, but I think it's a shop faux today. Since it has the
Oh,
kitty
yeah, it is a shop.
icon. I'll see what the auditorium's all about.
Yeah. I think the auditorium seems fun.
Look at this outfit! Aww.
Wait, that's so
kid.
cute.
Wait, look at my little worm. That day, while rehearsing for the class play, it's as though the muses themselves had descended to give you a figurative blowjob.
Oh.
Oh, it's awesome.
There you go. You put the mature reading on your stream?
No, it's fine. It's figurative,
Or-
so it's fine.
Oh, okay, okay.
Your performance is intense and inspiring. It will be remembered for generations, which is pretty rad by high school plays standards. You gain +2 creativity. Wow.
You can do 100 pushes in me. Quick, replace the pin before they notice.
What? Now you just both look
Yo.
strange. Oh dear. You're doing your thing when a wild Damien suddenly appears. Oh my goodness.
Oh
Wait, this
my
is
god,
so
wait.
But
Oh my god. I love how his like little helmet has spots for his horns.
oh, that's so nice. Hey you. You look like you have nothing better to do. I need a mount for the prom. What? Because walking is for losers. And also because I lost my driver's license after I drove my motorcycle through another Sunday school picnic. Okay, awesome. He has a motorcycle.
Oh
I
yeah,
will
you love
take-
motorcycles.
I do! Applications for my motorcycle gang are now open. I don't have
my
a
God.
motorcycle
Send
yet.
my application right now.
I don't have one yet, but I gotta...
Me and my moped. Submitting our
Yes!
application.
Oh, I'll take it. But I won't take just any lame-ass mount. I need the best creature in hell. So let's brainstorm. If you don't answer in the next 10 seconds, I'm putting a bit in your mouth and riding you.
Oh, the best creature to mount.
Oh my god. We're talking hell here, so a goat. But not just any goat. A goat that's a real asshole.
Not just any goat. Well, actually, no, I
Oh.
can't say that since it says a real asshole now.
Oh.
But hell goat. Shout out to Talking Goat TTV.
Shout out to goat. Know that giant, gelatinous, 50-nosed creature at your house that spits bile and eats corpses. 50 nosed? I feel like
Eats corpses is kind of
yeah,
hardcore.
yeah. I don't know what he'd like better. I feel like EX corpses is really cool, but I think he would appreciate the fact that the goat is an asshole.
That's true.
Okay, I'll do the corpse eater.
So creative.
You mean the cradle of filth? That's not a creature. It's what we used to replace our swimming pool.
Oh.
I could put it on wheels and arrive on it. Of course, I'll have to inform the superintendent not to bring anything flammable. Or no, wait. Everything flammable.
Look at that grin!
Kind of unsettling with the helmet on. You make a mental note to bring a gas mask to prom. The fact that you're going despite the danger means you gain +3 boldness. My goodness, I'm so bold.
Alright, I have to run to the bathroom real quick.
Okay. That sounds good to me. Maybe I'll run a little ad break.
Yeah, I'm gonna run an ad over here as well.
Smirk emoji.
But I'll be right back.
Okay, don't worry.
Are you like gonna be gone for your ad break too? Should I put up a game?
No, chilling here. I mean, you can put up a game if you want to, though. Up to you.
Yeah, I'll put up boards real quick.
Oh yeah. I'm gonna content steal.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, you guys can chat and do words together.
yeah.
I'll be right back once I get it up. Also play the music again.
Alright, chat, check this out.
I don't know if it works with shared chat. I'm assuming that since it's shared, you can type it in FOSS chat as well. Or at least I'm hoping.
I don't know. I guess we
But
will
BRB.
see. Have such a good BRB. Hold on, I gotta find. Wait. Okay, this is my own stream. Hold on. We're going to mix stream. What's cropped for Amori? This is so awesome. Okay, how do I uncrop it? Oh yeah, look at this. This is content. This is such content. Okay, AMIARGD. Diagram. Oh, Juice already got that. Darn it. I I never read other people's words. I just try to think of my own. Okay, drag. This is so awesome. Wait, why is Mick playing? What the hell? The professional content thief? Man, I wish. Good grid. Oh my god, you guys seeing this? This is so awesome. It's like this where she's saying, yeah, pretty cool, huh? No, it's just because I got my ladder and stuff before stream started. And I haven't run out yet. It says there's another really big word, but I don't know what it would be. Other than diagram.
I'm back.
Wait, I don't think we got it. Welcome back!
Aw, you guys failed! What the hell?
Okay, in my defense, I spent like a solid minute getting your stream on my stream. So I think I did a good job, but everyone else, you were kind of slacking. You're kind of slacking for real. Oh my god, there's me! Okay.
Yeah, we're so back.
Yeah, so back.
Okay. Challenge?
Yeah.
Okay. I see everyone chooses an object. Is that what you see?
No, mine says everybody chooses a celebrity. I don't know why it's distinct. We can do object though.
Okay, okay. Object. Let me think. That's like so
Object.
broad.
I know, really not giving any sort of hint there.
Okay. I'm not creative, but I have one.
Yeah, same. Mine is Kirby
Mine
plush.
is what?
Kirby plushie, because that's what's on my
Oh.
desk. It was the first thing I saw.
Mine is a stop sign with a top hat.
Yo!
Like Liam's profile picture.
That's so awesome.
How easy it would be to convince the people that you are a wizard who traveled back in time to the Middle Ages with only the selected object. Convince people that you are a wizard that traveled back in time to the Middle Ages with only the selected object.
I don't know. I feel
So
like
I guess
Kirby
that
is
the
pretty
object
awesome.
is from the...
Well, I think you're going to the Middle Ages and you're like, look, I'm a wizard because I have this thing. And I think Kirby does the job. I don't think he really needs an explanation. He's just so magical looking. Look at him.
Yeah, but like if you brought a stop sign, you would have to like describe cars and like how that works and traffic laws, and they'd be like, "Whoa,
Yeah,
the
but
machinery."
They might not believe you though, just off a stop sign. And plus, if it has a top hat, they're gonna be like, "How's that from the future? We're literally wearing those right now."
Yeah, you're right. I think Kirby wins. I was cooked.
To wait for Foss to put on the game, then she stole all my words. I'm faultless. Nuh-uh, you're supposed to come up with your own words. Oh. Ooh, I gotta talk to this Gorgon girl. Although
I like how
the
every time it's a
space girl is
debate,
cute.
we kind of don't even debate. We're kind of just like, yeah, that's obviously the right answer. We're so agreeable.
Listen, we're just being so for real.
Yeah.
I'm so curious about this like space-looking girl, but I gotta know what this lady's about.
Kiss the cook.
Kiss the cook. Would you?
It'd be like a little peck on the cheek.
Okay. You find Vera and Polly at their table, deep in conversation. All right.
Oh my god,
goodness.
that dress!
To school? This is your school fit? She's so business.
Yeah, I love it.
All right, business idea. People pay a monthly subscription to prevent me from drugging their food. Business idea. People pay me a monthly subscription to put drugs in their food.
Oh, she so gets it.
Yo! Business idea. Price out the cafeteria's current food supplier by selling plastic food. Business idea. Nipples.
Nipples. Thank you so much for the stretch and hydrate,
So
Brandon.
awesome. Oh, and
Welcome
thank
in.
you. Thank you. Just nipples? Yeah.
I think that's a great business.
Okay. Wait. Business idea. We use clever marketing and food science to create the perfect new diet craze and sell it for an insane profit. That's actually a really good idea. Better than nipples? Yes. We just need to figure out what our new diet product will be. This is awesome. I'm gonna hygiene
God.
stretch.
That's a school outfit. Meanwhile, guys are like, clothes optional.
Clothes optional? Is that
Real.
I don't think I've
I
ever
hope that
seen some
Scott-
naked people.
I hope that the next scene that I see is Scott without a shirt. Please.
Please,
Hearing
please.
nipples? Yeah, is that not the best business idea ever?
Wow, it's so good. Tapeworms, they're gluten-free, dairy-free, 100% organic, and you can get them for free from sick cows. Math, it's what's for lunch.
Math!
I think
Grill
that
dinner!
this grill dinner. I think that's really funny, and I like that they memed it. Oh yeah. You know, I was just complaining the other day that I made way more meth than I can ever do myself. Oh my goodness. Profit margin will be incredible. The problem is the name. Meth has a really terrible reputation. You need to rebrand.
Nah.
You mean come up with a new name? Like Skinny Fun Powder? Or probably not meth? Skinny
Probably not
Fun
meth.
Powder! Yes, except not either of those. Oh, I know. I've got the perfect name. Don't say. Nipples!
Oh my
Kill
god.
me. But it turns out Nipples is the perfect name for a drug you want to sell to high school students. Polly makes a killing, and drug dealing turns out to be a very romantic bonding experience for the two of you.
Hell yeah.
Yippee!
Hey, last time you took a chance on finding out what the cat was about, I'll go check out what this
Oh.
person's about.
Okay. Oh, sorry, I cannot hear you, TS.
Sorry, that's why I went quiet.
No, I
was thinking,
figured.
what the hell? Thank you for the videos. Thank
Wow.
you.
That's so inspirational.
I hope you get your possum.
I hope you get your possum. So awesome.
Yeah.
Wowie.
You're enjoying a quiet meal by yourself when a wound opens in the fabric of space, revealing an intradimensional print. Oh. Greetings, hero. I have a task for you, which no hands are fit but yours. A portal is sealed against me, which I have not strength to open. Please help me break the seal. This jar of kosher dill pickles.
I hope you're able to open it.
Oh, I'm so strong and beefy.
You're so strong and beefy.
You take the jar from him, pop off the lid, and hand it back to him. Maybe he'll leave you alone now? Nah, I want to talk to him.
Ooh.
Oh, bless you, hero. Your noble deeds deserve noble title. Yes, I will give you one free noble title redeemable now.
Ooh.
Oh, a free title. Maybe he'll just leave you alone if you accept the title. Anyway, having one would be sweet. You check your phone and see the options. Okay.
These are
Foreign
awesome.
minister in charge of extreme handsomeness. Most what?
Unscrupulous.
Unscrupulous. There we go. Treasure. What's unscrupulous mean?
Oh, I forgot what scrupulous means. I'm not sure.
Okay, I'll be the foreign minister in charge of extreme handsomeness.
I think that one suits you anyway.
Yeah, I think so. A most appropriate title indeed. You shall be in charge of exporting handsomeness from my dimension into yours. Oh, a little weak.
Ooh.
Here, have a month's supply of handsomeness, just to get you started. You're a bit offended that the prince thinks you need to supply him with handsomeness. This is really good stuff. Your eyes start to twinkle with youthful vitality, and your teeth cause lens flares when you smile.
Yo!
Oh. Everyone in the cafeteria is stunned by your stunning beauty. Oh my goodness, my charm's going through the roof!
Oh my god, you're so charming!
Maybe you won't bother exporting any of this handsomeness after all. You gain +4 charm.
Let's go.
Okay.
Oh, hi, Icy.
Stat boost.
Stat boost.
See?
Oh. Give chat
English
some
degree
hints.
never fails us.
Oh my god. Listen.
Pause.
I know a lot of vocab words, and I know I've heard of scrupulous before. I just forgot. I'm sorry. Okay.
I'm already stocked for life and humble. That you are. You're the most humble person I know, Doc.
Truly. I too am very humble. Okay, does it say everybody chooses an object?
I see food. So maybe we do food since we already did object.
Okay, I gotta think. Okay. You got one?
I'm thinking.
Okay.
Okay, I got one.
Okay.
I'm gonna go with tacos.
Ooh, I went with tiramisu.
Ooh, tiramisu. Okay.
I've been getting so much tiramisu like content on Instagram. Okay. What does it say?
Okay, based on how plausible the chosen food would be as a vehicle for government mind control, start debating now.
Oh, I feel like it would be tacos because like
Yeah,
everybody
tacos are.
loves tacos. Darn
Yeah,
it.
everyone loves them. They're all over the place. You got your taco trucks. You got tacos in
Uh,
like actual sit-down restaurants. Everyone makes tacos all the time. I feel
yeah,
like
you're
tiramisu,
right.
you barely see it around.
Yeah, unless you are my For You page on Instagram.
Well, do you think
Sigh.
that it could go? Maybe they could mind control you through the Instagram feed.
Oh, maybe, but
But yeah, no, it's
I
tacos. It's
think it's
tacos for real.
tacos.
Again, no debate happening at all.
Listen, we're just being reasonable here.
Yeah, we are. We're so reasonable.
We're so reasonable.
Vanilla soy latte is a 3-bean soup.
Ew.
Yeah,
You said
technically,
this
yeah.
yesterday? Oh, you're getting called out for being unoriginal.
Oh, poor Doc.
Yikes.
Okay, do I boost my stats? I haven't bought anything yet. I kind of want to go to the store, but I want to be able to meet people too.
Yeah. Truly a tough choice. I like seeing your little guy flying all around.
I'll wait till I go to the store until I do something where I gain money.
That's fair, that's fair.
I think I'm gonna go to the library today.
Ooh. Whoa.
Oh my goodness. Congratulations, you have been chosen to win big. All you need to do is fill out a quick survey and you will be a winner of hundreds of prizes,
We were
including
just
real
talking
cash.
about cash. This is so awesome.
What are you waiting for? Click the link below. Big win 69, yup, real, not fake, 7, FB 34V MB.
I would click
That
on
surely
that.
isn't a scam. I've been looking for money. I think I'm gonna click on the link.
Me too, me too.
That day, you spent some time on the library's PC, sending malicious spam emails in the hopes of stealing other people's
Oh,
emails.
I thought you got that.
So I'm sending out this.
that's
Do you
so
think I'm gonna get
awesome.
some money?
Yeah, I think so.
Think anyone fell for it?
I
I
would
think
fall for it.
CinnamonSalsa X on my link.
Yeah, send it to xcinnamonfoxx@gmail.com. She'll click on it.
Okay. Elderly home low-key calling me with that memory of mine. Ooh.
Ooh.
Yeah, you are quite old, Doc. You are quite old. Never
Really?
forget.
Unk status.
Onk status. Listen, we're allowed to say that because he calls me auntie all the time.
Oh, okay. I was just gonna call
I
him
love
that
sending
anyway.
malicious emails in my free time. That sounds like something you would like to enjoy to do.
Checks out.
It doesn't sound very nice, but who's really the one to blame if they respond to such a blatant
What?
scam? Real!
Duh.
Oh my goodness, I lose -10 karma.
There's
Which
not
isn't a
even...
stat in this game, so who cares? Real.
Oh,
And I
wait.
gain 2 money.
Yes! So let's go.
Man, do you just always get money from going to the library? 'Cause
I
you got money at
guess
the library.
so.
I got money at the library.
I guess so. I guess I need to go to the library more often.
Yeah, only going to the library from here on out the rest of the game. Just kidding.
It's the worst. So what the hell?
Ooh.
My memory is not that bad.
If I'm old, you should be decomposed already?
Ooh.
Nah, that's not how it works.
Oh, yikes.
I actually have special bat power,
Bats
bat
age
VTuber
differently.
powers.
Mhm.
So I just don't age like that. I'm actually like 10 years younger than you.
Yeah, it's like dog years, but for bat girls.
It's true, it's true. You're practicing your very best Monster Mash when you hear the sounds of an argument. Which is strange in these scared hollowed halls of education. Oh, JK, can you imagine?
Ooh.
Oh my goodness, I can't get away from Scott!
You
I love him!
can't. But look at Vera's outfit. Look at her tights.
Yeah.
So cute.
I really like her leather jacket with like the gold details.
You are a gold girly.
I am. Vampire aging. Pretty much. But they made me their king, and they deserve the bestest, most wonderful king there ever was.
He's still on the story?
Aw.
That's cute.
Oh, I love him. And I'm gonna work as hard as I can to be that king, no matter what it takes. God, you realize they're cute little baby animals in need of a king, right? They're not cute little baby animals in need of a king, right? They're furries. I know they're a furry, Vera. I'm the one who told you that. No, Scott. They're furries. It's a kink. Oh, they're actual furries.
Wait, I thought
Oh.
he was doing push-ups for like
I thought it
squirrels.
was actual woodland animals. Wait, no.
Wait, does this make it better or worse for you?
My stance still stands. I would watch Scott do push-ups in a circle around furries.
Okay.
Yes, Vera, there are many kinks in my plan. Oh no. That's why I need to work them out to be the best ruler. Forget it. Excuse me, did you say that you need help being a good ruler? I know all about that. Being a king is easy. As Daddy always says, only live peasants can stage a rebellion. Oh, Miranda, I'm not really sure. Fear is your most important weapon. Your second most important weapon is actual weapons. Real and true.
That's kind of awesome.
VTubers might not age, but they're prone to fire. Beware.
What?
Man, this is talk coming from one of my mods.
Oh, man.
One of my mods threatened me the most in chat.
Man, what the? You're just letting this happen? You gotta...
Yeah, it's part of his contract.
You want this to happen?
It's the mod privilege.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, only the mods can do it though. If anyone else does it, Doc will actually execute you on the spot.
Oh.
In Minecraft, of course.
In Minecraft, of course.
In Minecraft, of course. Torture soup spoons, razor teacups, a knife on fire. You know, the usual. I don't know, Miranda. I appreciate the advice, but I don't think that that's the kind of king I want to be. Nonsense. You'll get the butter knife shuriken right now. Man, look at her.
She looks
a little
crazy.
I don't know what you would even call this expression.
I don't know. It's kind of giving yandere Mick, but a little more goofy.
Yeah, I wish that she was giving more yandere vibes is what I was hoping whenever she was like...
I know. I thought she was going to be like really...
a genocidal princess.
I thought she was going to be like really cutesy and then just randomly like snap. That would have been ideal, I think.
Yeah. It's kind of a letdown how they wrote her, sadly.
Yeah. Womp womp.
It just seems so unnecessary. There might be a better, kinder way to rule, right, Mick? Went to have a happy time under Scott the First. They've been so nice to me. They've written me beautiful songs, which are about my adventures, but none of them are the sort of things I definitely have not done. But most of them are the sort of things I definitely have not done.
Aww.
And they made amazing drawings of me. Are very, very generous in their proportions. I just think that they deserve the best leader.
That's
crazy. They out here drawing him with a massive slong.
The furries are...
As he deserves.
They really like you. I guess the
well,
furries would
he's
like...
a werewolf.
Yeah, it's understandable.
It's like their dream. They're like, oh my god, my king, my king.
Yeah, understandable.
Mod privilege. Yeah, only the mods can threaten me. Sorry.
Okay, what about me? Can I threaten you?
Or
will Doc
no.
execute me? Okay. Come with anything just to not pay. So reach my head.
What the? Doc, I've paid you before. I've given you video games.
Yeah.
Mod appreciation.
Yeah,
what the
I
hell?
feel like
That's more than a lot of people have done.
Yeah, I gave Dilsey $3 once, and that's it.
Oh, wait. Boss has favorites. She's only
No!
paid Dilsey.
No!
Delilah only. If I were one of Fox mods, I'd be causing uproar right now.
No, it was a long time ago. It was a long time ago.
Yeah, but I know back then Dilsey wasn't even your only mod.
I know, but back then she was the only one that, like, was able to show up to most of the streams. Listen, I don't have favorites. I don't have favorites. Anyway, my favorite mod is Hero Hum. Just kidding.
So she does have favorites.
Wait, just kidding. I'm just kidding. Just kidding. Just kidding.
Zora kicking their chair
No,
right now.
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Listen, it's fine because I don't think any of my mods are in chat, so I can I can just say whatever I want.
So, okay, badmouth each one of them right now.
Geb.
What a good streamer.
Geb,
Oh, 2
where?
seconds.
Oh, sorry. Never mind.
Oh, wait, continue. What are you gonna say?
No, I know what to.
What are you gonna say?
Well, I was just gonna say that Geb works a lot at the same time that I'm streaming, so like
Oh, how dare
he can only work like, I don't know, 50% of the time, maybe 60% of the time, I would say. Delilah Delilah is the reason I had to shorten my TTS limit. Azu is just Azu, I don't know. Weird little fella.
Okay.
Hiroham is perfect, but she's in like opposite time zones of me, so I can never make her streams that I really want to watch, so that's a big L. And Zora has bald energy.
He's not bald.
I know, but he has bald energy.
Okay. Fair enough.
Just like a soggy, bald little hot dog.
Glizzy. Anyways.
Okay, wait, now it's your turn.
No, I respect my mods.
You do?
Normal rulers make their subjects pay taxes, but what if you pay taxes to them?
Oh.
Absolutely not.
Absolutely not.
Guys, you heard it. You guys, I'm ruling over you. Pay your taxes. Come on.
Everyone give her bits right now.
Everyone give me 1 bit.
Everyone give her 1 bit.
1 bit is your tax.
Tax. Mix salsa tax. Mix salsa tax. Hurry up. Chop chop.
Flag time. You can't rule a kingdom with no flag. Without a flag, it would be just a bunch of flagless people. That's so real.
Wait, that's kind of cute. These are both cute.
I think we need a furry flag for real. So creative. You're 120% right. Flags are the best. Let's combine our art powers to create the very best flag ever.
You didn't mention Tamo? Oh, that's because he's secretly my favorite.
Oh. Womp womp. You get into an intense art frenzy, which is kind of hot and intimate.
Ooh.
Somehow the two of you end up shirtless and sweating while
What?
painting and doodling.
What?
Oh my god!
What are you doing over there?
You're telling me
my
you never
goodness.
went shirtless while doodling, Foss? Foss, do you want to doodle together sometime?
Oh, I would love to. So
Thanks
awesome.
for the love, Doc. After 3 hours of passionate art activity, you put your clothes on again because of decency, but mainly because we don't have a shirtless mom for Scott.
That's so sad.
No. And admire your work. Whoa, this is genius. It's actually not so bad drawing of Scott shirtless with the words Scott rules.
Wow.
Oh yeah. But sure, why not? You know how to take a compliment. Scott leaves all excited, ready to execute your plan. As your elders always say, any problem can be solved by drawing shirtless people. Real and
the elders
true.
do always say that.
I think everyone should draw a shirtless person right now. And then post it in Foss' art channel.
Enough.
Okay, you can post it in my art channel.
You can post it in both.
Sorry, I was trying to get people over to your Discord, get the activity up.
That's so sweet of you. Oh my god.
You don't want shirtless people in there? Shirtless people are in my Discord all the time, so...
Really? I don't feel like I see a lot of shirtless people in your Discord.
Well,
I think
there should be more.
I think I've only seen one.
What if all my drawings are shirtless because they're stick figures? That counts. That counts.
Shirtless with smiley face, yo! Oh my god.
Oh my goodness.
The smiley face on the chest. Oh my god.
Smiley face on the chest.
This is so awesome.
Stumble upon Scott again. He seems quite excited.
Ooh.
There you are, Mick.
He's like
Your
hulking
plan
out.
was a success. My beloved furries seem to love the flag that's basically just me shirtless. They declared it a national day that should be celebrated yearly by drawing me shirtless.
That's
oh my
so
god.
cute.
which is kind of silly since they do that pretty much every day anyway.
Yo!
But the important thing is that I now know I'm the best roller ever, and that's thanks to you. I would love for you to visit my kingdom someday. I would love to. Please, 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 please. We might even celebrate Shirtless Scott Day together. Wink.
Do you think he said the word wink? He's like,
Yes,
wink.
absolutely.
That's so
absolutely.
awesome. Good morning, Holly. It's good to see you.
Hi, Holly.
Huh?
Welcome. I gained 2 charm and 1 creativity.
Yo! Amazing. Okay. I think I'm gonna go outdoors. Oh my goodness! Why is it always a party?
You're starting a rave.
Sheesh! That day during recess, you start a half-hour rave that goes full crazy. Is this the same thing? At one point, Juan, the small, magical Latino cat, slips on a banana peel.
Oh my goodness.
You start to laugh at him. He asks you to stop.
It's similar, but not the same.
But you don't. You laugh so hard at him that you somehow steal +2 fun from him. Hooray.
Oh.
Wait, that's...
You're a terrible person.
Wait, that's so mean. It's because I don't have my worms on me.
Oh, it's true, it's true.
Yeah.
They keep you sane.
They do. You're minding your own
Damien.
business with... Oh my god. He wants me
I
bad.
Yeah, I think the game, like, just puts whoever is, like, in the top
Do you
always
think
with you.
your
for chance.
stats... Do you think each stat is a person and just whoever is your highest stat?
Maybe.
No.
I don't know, because I feel like there has to be some correlation, because you keep on getting Damien, I keep on getting Scott.
Yeah. Okay, you're minding your own business when Damien comes rushing through, punching everyone who's minding their own business. Fuck. I'm so angry. I'm so angry I want to pull my own skull out and eat it. I'm so angry I want to set the school on fire and then punch the fire in its fucking face.
Real.
I'm so angry I want to spend years accumulating political capital so I can become president and then use my nuclear codes to blow up the sun. And you're standing in my way. Move before I punch you so hard you'll remember with melancholy the times when you could move without all of your bones hurting. My goodness. I think he needs a little therapy.
Much, Holly. We're a little matching.
Yeah, thank you.
Matching little lovers.
We are on a date. Oh no.
On a date, trying to get new dates.
Oh. Holly cute. Oh no, violence incoming. Think fast. Joke's on you, pal. I'm a pragmatist. I avoid any kind of idealization of the past because it has no use, and therefore I refuse feeling any kind of melancholy. It's a nerd emoji response.
Yeah. Actually.
Why not? That's so awesome. No time to think of anything clever. Start dancing for no reason. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna bust a move on this guy.
Yeah, that's the most fast response, is turn the brain off and start wiggling around.
I mean, what else are you supposed to do? I have no idea what to do.
Actually.
Oh, that'll probably get you punched harder. So you just start doing a silly dance. It is really, really silly indeed.
Ooh, what's your go-to dance move?
I don't think I follow any, like, specific choreographed moves. I kind of just, like, sway and kind of, like, wiggle my arms in a way that, like, I'm feeling the rhythm and I, like, kind of know what I'm doing, but it's just kind of swaying around. What about
That's
you?
fair. No, I'm the same. Except I'm swaying not on beat.
That's so awesome. I love that for you. Before you realize, all your classmates had joined you in your silly little dance. What the fuck? Move, I will kill you dead, noob. Oh my goodness.
God.
But Damien...
Dark chocolate cookies. Have so much fun at the story dock.
Yeah.
Bye.
Eat a cookie for us. But Damien, you can't deny she's actually moving. Yeah, and
goodness.
quite the moves she has. Clearly even Damien can't fight against logic. Maybe you should move, Damien. Don't be a loser. Yeah, as you just said, here you move or you die. All your classmates start chanting, move or die, move or die. Arg!
I'm so sorry. I don't know why Ghostface didn't read that. Oh, there we go. I don't know why I was so delayed.
Biro,
Thank you. Who are your favorites so far? I think Foss likes Damien the most, right?
I think so. Either Damien or Polly.
And mine is either Scott or Polly.
It sounds like Polly is just a good
She's
pick.
just a fan favorite, I think. I think everyone in chat has said that they like Polly.
Yeah, she's a banger. Damien.
Yeah, everyone in chat, who are your favorites so far? I would like to know.
Yeah. I think Kaya liked the Vera. I think you said mommy when she was on screen. Damien, frustrated by the crazy, mindless but joyful mob you created, finally leaves. Oh, bro hates me. Still, from afar, you can see an eternal fire burning in the back of his eyes. But for now, you gain +2 boldness and +1 fun. Oh, I think he's mad at
me. And the mermaid. Good picks, good picks.
Good picks, good picks.
Oh, something happened to Fox.
Ooh, what's happening? Another weekend, another adventure. You're about to enter the swamps of despair in search of the destruction rupee when Scott stops you. Probably for a much more urgent matter.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, Faust, I was just thinking about you and that time you were really, really good at dodgeball, Coach said. Remember? Not really. All your classes kind of blur together and become repetitive after a while. But hey, why not take the compliment? Well, I think people are like sports, you know? Because, well, sports are good and people are good. So if they're both good, then they must be the same.
Oh.
Ooh.
I don't think he's cooking there.
Right? Sure. You don't? I think he's gonna ask about you. But all sports are different, so people must be different. And some sports are better than others, and some people are better than others. And I like different sports.
That's true.
And I like different people. But there comes a time when you have to choose one sport and one person.
Oh? Oh?
You can't take 2 different sports to prom or play in the major leagues of 2 different people. Yeah. No, wait. Opposite on those. You figured. Also, it doesn't really make sense either way, so whatever. So, our friend, Mick, what kind of sport do you think she would be?
Oh my
Oh
god.
my goodness. Oh my goodness.
I talked you up. Just remember that. Please don't be a bitch.
I would never.
Okay.
I would never. Unless the answer is like really funny. Which says romance is the most intense of all sports. So this is very, very important. Mick is the holy amalgamation of football, basketball, and baseball. Known to the initiated as all ball. Wait, that's so you.
Oh yeah.
You are my everything. Chess. I don't think Mick even knows how to play chess. Is that real?
I've learned how to play chess like 3 times and I still don't know how to
Okay,
play.
so what I said is real. Oh yeah.
I've gone on a couple first dates, or maybe not even first dates, but like a couple of dates where the person was like, "Oh, I'll teach you how to play chess." And so I've gone on like 3 dates like that, and they eventually let me like win.
Oh,
but I still don't know how to play.
Oh.
But I have gone on like 3 chess dates.
But I'm so sorry. I know how to play chess. I just don't know the strategy or like I don't have the game sense for it. So I'm just like beep beep beep. Here comes my horsey.
Yeah, I kind of know how to play. It's just I would need a refresher on like what each one does. But
That's fair.
I kind of know how to play.
That's fair. Stream Uber died for me, but I'm back now. Oh, welcome back. I'm sorry it died. Okay.
Welcome back.
Welcome back. Mick is
all bald,
Mick is
more
all
like
ball.
all bald.
Mick is my little all ball. All ball.
All ball. Oh my god.
I've heard of all ball. It's the ultimate sport. You can tell because it has all the balls. You can dodge the balls, or kick the balls, or hand the balls, or foot the balls, or basket the balls. if Mick is all ball, then she must be the best at being a person too.
It's true. It's true. I'm the best person.
Why are you bald right now?
It's kind of said all ball, more like all bald, and then Aware was like,
Ooh.
"Oh, let me spend my points."
Oh, yikes.
Aware's always with Kaya and cahoots. They're always scheming together.
Little schemers in chat.
Little
I'm so
schemers
glad you
indeed.
told me. And I'm sort of surprised you've heard of all ball. You must be a great athlete. You should play sometime. Well, you're not sure about a great athlete, but you're definitely a great friend. You're welcome, Mick.
Thank you, thank you.
You would make a balls joke, but you're way too classy for that.
No, you ain't.
Haha, but what? I thought I am. Balls. You know what? You gain +3 fun for that.
I didn't even ask you. Implied. You said, "Fuck, I don't have enough points." That was a cry for somebody. Please, somebody else, please do it for me.
Ooh. Well, thank you for the such an hydrate.
Yeah, even Aware called it out. See.
Yeah, I feel like Kaya definitely has enough points. He's just a little baby.
Yeah. Maybe you should just watch stream more often and get more points, Kaya. Have you ever thought about that?
Yeah.
Okay, I have everyone chooses something bad.
Man, mine is everyone chooses a brand. I wonder if it's like this.
I don't know, because it was in sync at the beginning.
I know.
Okay, let's do brand this time, I think.
Okay, everybody chooses a brand. Let me think of a brand.
Brand. Oh, that's so vague. A brand of what should I choose?
I got one.
I got one.
Okay.
My brand is Nike.
Mine is Victoria's Secret.
Okay. Both clothing related.
Yeah. So we're gonna take you later.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah.
That's +3 Riz.
Let's
You're now
go!
at 7.5.
Wait. What about everything else I've done today?
Didn't count.
Oh. Sigh.
Sigh. Oh, sorry, I didn't realize I was looking.
It's okay.
What's it say on your end?
Player order is decided based on how silly a mascot for the selected brand would be. If the selected brand already has a mascot, compare it to the imaginary mascots of the other brands. Oh, I'm cooked. Okay.
What do you mean you're cooked? I was thinking the mascot's better, like the angels. Well, yeah, who doesn't want to see?
Yeah, but it says based on how silly a mascot would be, and I feel like I guess it could be like a goofy little creature wearing lingerie. But
yeah,
I feel like
no, I'm imagining mine as like somebody with like basketball shorts pulled up way too high and like a headband, like sweatband, like across their eyebrows.
What the?
Pulled up. They got their like very long high socks on.
Ooh, that is pretty silly. Think about a pickle with a bikini. I think Victoria's Secret wins. I feel like Victoria's Secret has the potential to be really silly. But I don't know. It's hard to separate from the angels that are already like very beautiful and not silly whatsoever.
Yeah, whenever I think of Victoria's Secret, I for real just think of the angels.
Yeah. I liked your mental image of the guy with the shorts pulled up. So I think you win this one.
Bet. A snack, a pickle with a bikini.
Ew!
The true definition of a snack.
Wow. That's so awesome.
I think I'm gonna go to theater class today.
Yeah.
That day, while rehearsing for the class play, you aren't especially good nor inspired.
Oh.
Damn.
I got like a metaphorical blowjob, and you're feeling uninspired. Yeah.
For once, it seems you aren't getting the classic creativity boost from the auditorium. Man, creativity stat!
Oh no.
But afterwards, while talking to your classmates, you're having trouble conveying your point in a discussion, so you decide to convey it through music. You start singing, and suddenly everyone else joins you in a kick-ass musical number.
Ooh.
It's so amazing that the people with you who are totally arguing totally get your point and change their minds once the song is over. You gain +2 creativity.
Yo!
Hell yeah. So I still got my creativity. Just
why
through
did-
song.
They baited you a little bit.
They did. I was like, man, I picked the wrong building. Later, you see Scott all but skipping down the corridor, cheerily rattling off some sort of list. Hey, pal. What? Oh man, today is the best. I was walking out of class and my tail just started wagging, and all of a sudden, oh, he's so
Aw.
cute. You know, sometimes your tail starts wagging and you're not even sure why.
Understandable.
I started wondering why my tail might be so happy about, and then I realized it's probably because I'm a werewolf.
Oh, that's nice.
Uh-huh.
He's self-actualized.
Nice. Because werewolves are just the best thing, right? I mean, if I wasn't a werewolf, I wouldn't even have a tail to wag. That's so true. I wish I had a tail. Sigh. What's it like, Lost?
It's kind of awesome. It's huge and it gets in the way.
Yeah, I can't even wag.
Oh, it.
Man.
Wagging
To
soon.
have a tail, maybe one day.
You just
Maybe
grow
one
a
day I
tail.
can grow a tail.
Maybe for your meow redeem, you grow a tail.
I do grow a tail for my demon redeem.
Yo, does it wag?
It does.
Uh-uh.
But most of the time, my body's like only half up like this, so you can't even see it.
Aww,
It doesn't go high enough up.
it is so sad.
Then I started thinking even more, and then I realized where everything's would be pretty cool, pretty good. Where dolphins, where pigs,
the-
where weasels,
Where dolphin?
where tanks.
What the?
I like how all the other things were like alive, and then we got where tanks.
Wow.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
I wonder what the absolute best where creature would be. Where vending machines? Where water fountain?
What?
Where door? Where window? Where knob? Where floor? Okay, now you just need things you can see. You better jump in. A where moon? A where werewolf? That's crazy.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my goodness. I think that would blow his mind though.
I think so too. He's so
Wha-
creative.
Where werewolf? That sounds like the best thing ever. That's even better than winning a sports game. What's even better than winning a sports game? Winning 2 sports games.
Ooh.
What's even better than gym class? Double gym class. So it would be better than being a werewolf? Being a double werewolf.
Sheesh, he's
I wonder if I
spitting.
can get a member of the wolf pack to bite me so I so
What?
I, a werewolf, can turn into a werewolf. Oh my god.
Is that how werewolves, like, spread?
I think it depends on the literature. I thought like werewolf scratches
Oh.
made you a werewolf.
That makes
Biting I
sense.
usually hear with like vampires, but I feel like a bite would have to be in some sort of werewolf literature somewhere.
Wait, how does
But
it?
yeah, usually I hear werewolf scratches.
Is that what it was in the quarry? The scratch?
Yeah.
Okay.
Man, he just wants somebody to bite him though.
Ooh.
I'm not a werewolf, but I'll sign up.
Yo!
And be a werewolf. Or 2 could bite me and I could be a werewolf? And what happens if a werewolf bites a werewolf? Oh man, this is why they make us learn math.
What?
Yeah, how many werewolves can you get?
Oh.
What is werewolf by the power of 3?
Oh man. Exciting.
Scott's math performance increases drastically, but only for the next week. You gain +2 smarts and 1 creativity. Hell yeah, I'm helping him study.
Yo, that's so awesome. think I've been to class yet. The gym.
Get to class.
Let me get to class.
Little guy!
So cute.
He's raising his hand for you.
That day, you're the first one in class. You sometimes come early because you enjoy talking to the teacher. He's a bit bitter, but in a cool way. He treats you like an adult, and the two of you discuss life and stuff in a very snarky way. Look at you, excelling at cliched movie tropes. You gain +2 smarts and +1 valuable life insight that will help you face the difficulties of being young. I don't even think that's real. I'll take the smarts though. My smarts are not looking that good. Despite everything else happening.
Real.
Wait, my charm is not looking. Oh man. Oops.
Pretty real.
Despite everything else happening
-1
around
aura.
you.
-1 riz.
No. But I'm so
6.5.
But I'm so fun and also bold.
Okay. 8.5.
Phew. Thank goodness. Despite everything else happening around you, you're just solving some Sudokus. But your mind is
I love
constantly
Sudoku.
going back to Damien. Yeah, I'm not very good at Sudoku, but it's fun. I'm more of a word search enjoyer.
English major.
Yeah. Stupid, sexy Damien and his idiotic short temper. You think he could even be your sweetheart, but he seems more focused on being angry 24/7.
Aww.
Oh, I wish he's just like a smidge less angry.
Yeah.
For God's sake, he's the kind of guy that could get angry at a banana. As a matter of fact, your daydreaming is interrupted by the feral screams of Damien, who seems to be insulting an actual banana.
Oh.
You stupid yellow fruit! What's your deal? You think you're richer in potassium than me? No one is richer in potassium than Damien fucking Levy. Gah! Is he even for real? Stupid sexy Damien. No, you need to put a stop to this nonsense before it escalates into arson somehow.
Banana arson.
Oh.
Oh my god.
I feel like eat the banana is probably like the right option, but I think defending the banana's honor is really funny.
I think it would be so much aura though if you just like grabbed the banana out of his hands and then just ate it in front of him.
Shoot, that would be aura.
That'd be so funny. But also defending the banana's honor would be so funny too.
They're both funny. Which one's funnier?
You seem to like defend the banana's honor better, so I think you should go with that. That's more
Yeah.
FOSS coded.
But is this nerd emoji coded?
I don't think it's nerd emoji. I think it would be nerd emoji. Well,
Like,
maybe if you defend it in a nerd way, if you're like, well, actually,
I'm nervous. I just want to be
Defend
silly to him.
bananas are the lead. Like
Yeah, that's what I'm
not
saying.
veg-
Like, I
well,
want to.
lead of potassium.
I just want to mess with him, but I don't want to.
I think defend it.
Okay.
I don't think it will be a nerd way.
Not so
Oh.
charming. Oh hell no!
Listen, it's the one that you wanted to do.
I just want to tease
Oh.
him. You dramatically intervene between Damien and the banana, ready to fight for the banana's honor. What are you doing, fuckhead? Oh my god, everyone hates me.
Oh.
Indeed. What exactly are you doing? Oh, thanks for the bonk. Why are you defending the banana's honor?
Listen, you can't blame me. It's the one that you said that you wanted to do right off the bat.
Yeah, it's true.
It's your choice. It's your choice.
Ugh. Did the banana ask for your help, maybe? You wanted to be its valiant savior, huh?
Oh.
Because all bananas are just poor defenseless fruits in distress for you, right? In the end, it's more about reassuring your ego and fulfilling your own fantasies. Pathetic. Yeah, what about not trying to save those who haven't asked for any kind of saving? What about letting them save themselves? Guys, this is crazy! And let's not start with the fact that it's just a banana. Who the fuck defends a banana's honor?
The good thing is Polly isn't here to see this.
That's real. Listen, I was just trying to be silly and mess with him. Not paying any kind of attention. But we all agree she's lame, right?
Oh.
Ugh.
We'll
Yes.
never financially recover.
Oh, I won't. Agree. No! They made a point. But you're not that kind of jerk, are you?
Oh.
You need to do it some introspection. Still, you lose 2 boldness and 1 charm. Oh man.
Charm only at 6.
Oh man.
Meanwhile, I'm at a 16 charm.
Oh man. At least my boldness is still doing okay.
Yeah, you have boldness of 14. I only have 7. Womp womp. We're tight on smarts.
Womp womp.
You're more creative.
It's surprising.
Wait, no.
Is that
Sorry,
real?
I'm more creative. I was reading
Okay.
that wrong. I'm more creative. 12 versus 7. You're less charming, but you're more fun.
I have less money too.
Yeah.
Womp.
Yikers.
Yikers.
I have food again.
Mine is player order is decided based on how shitty it would be for your country if you were the president.
Oh.
Like, it's not a say a thing. It's just to.
Oh.
Wait, is
Well,
it?
do we want to do that one?
Yeah, we can. Is it saying the first place would be like? Are you trying to be the worst president? Are you
Wait, read it
trying-
again?
Player order is decided based on how shitty it would be for your country if you were the president.
Yeah, so I guess whoever is shittier as president would go
Mm.
first.
Well, I feel like you already have some like government connections, right? So I feel like it'd be way better if you were the president. And you're just such like a natural planner and a natural leader. And I'm just kind of lazy and greedy, and I don't really want to do any of that.
Yeah, I was gonna say you for real.
Hey, you didn't even debate. What the?
Well, it's true. You're lazy and greedy.
Oh man,
Oh,
this sucks.
I'm not saying anything. Oh, we're the
Oh.
true neutral party. Listen,
Aware, I need to
it's
know your
true.
opinion.
You
Oh.
made good points.
Bro.
I concede.
Don't. Wait. I even like complimented you. Can I at least have Riz points for that?
Yeah, you can have +3 Riz, so you're at a what?
Okay.
11? Is that what it was?
That sounds good to
Something like
me. Sigh. Oh.
All right.
Oh my god, this
Oh my god, a tiger.
this is
Give me the tiger.
loaded, but I don't really care about
Oh
this
my God.
cover. Wait, the tiger's cute. Holly's over here. I'm intrigued by this hooded person, but I feel like I got too much Damien content, you know? I need to branch out more. I'll see what these ladies are up to. Priya's about to lift a glass of scotch to her immaculately painted lips. You can drink whatever at this school, apparently. When Miranda screams, "Stop! Don't drink that!" Why not? This scotch costs more than most cars. Has your teacher tried it yet? Or sorry, that does not say teacher. Has your taster tried it yet? What taster? You don't have a taster? What if your drink is poisoned by someone jealous of your good looks and royal title? Listen, Mary, I only drink 4 things. Scotch, red wine, the tears of my enemies, and straight up poison.
Goodness, I love her. I like how she gave her a little nickname too. That's
I
the first
know.
time I've heard somebody say Mary.
That is very cute. You drink poison on purpose?
Gotta build your
Miranda.
tolerance.
My hair is venomous snakes. You think poison actually harms me? Well, you should still have a taster. What if someone puts really spicy hot sauce in your drink? Or poison? What do I have to do to get you to drop this? Simple. Hire a taster. Fine. Any volunteers? This might just be the big break you've been looking for. You raise your hand, and when Vera picks you, you drink all her scotch, enraging Vera and delighting Miranda, or pretend to be poisoned, terrifying Miranda and amusing Vera.
I like how it tells you who's
Yeah.
gonna like what option.
Yeah.
It said, turn your brain off for this one. Who do you want to
No.
please?
I would rather please Vera, but also I would just feel too bad drinking all of someone's drink if it costs more than a car. I'm gonna pretend to be poisoned. You shoot Vera a wink, take the tiniest sip of her scotch, and then no, stop vomiting! How will you be able to taste her poison if you're too busy foaming at the mouth and vomiting?
What the?
Just did that for fun. You fool! She is poisoned. Run and tell the authorities before this poor sap's face melts off or something.
My question is, how do you foam on the mouth on command? That's like some quite skill we got there.
Yeah, I'm pretty skilled like that. Oh dear, oh my, I'm no good in crisis situations. Curse my uniformly pleasant childhood. Miranda faints with the utmost drama. If there's one thing princesses are good at, it's fainting. That was hilarious. I should put poison in my scotch more often. You can stop vomiting now, by the way. She passed out. Oh, do you need the antidote? Alright, here you go. I guess I should have let you know that the scotch was actually poisoned. Oh well.
That's how you were doing it.
Oops. How about we get ice cream to make up for it?
Aw.
That's ice cream. Your stomach's still too weak for ice cream, but you're never too sick to spend some quality time with Vera. Cute.
Alright. This is hard because I also kind of want to venture out. Like, I want to talk to Polly, but I kind of need some separation from Scott. I'm seeing him everywhere, I fear.
That's so valid. That's so valid.
I am intrigued by this hooded character, but I don't really want to be with Liam. I might go for the tiger.
Ooh,
See
the
what he's up
tiger's
to.
cool.
I don't know. No, I don't know.
Go with your gut.
Okay, we'll go for the tiger. You're hoping to enjoy your meal in peace, but Coach seems to have a different idea.
This is the coach?
Oh my god.
Oh my goodness.
What's this? Eating regular food again? Fruits, veggies, meats, dairy, blood. These are all parts of a complete lunch, sir. But you're forgetting the most important food group of all. Dietary supplements.
What the?
Don't you worry now. Old Coach never goes anywhere without some emergency vitamins. Here, take your pick.
Oh my goodness,
God.
free vitamins.
Coach is drug dealing to me.
Sheesh.
It would be rude to turn him down. Who knows? Maybe you'll gain some benefit after all. Coach holds out 2 pill bottles.
Ooh.
Okay. I can take Palamo Gold 25 horse supplement for a shiny coat of luxurious mane.
Yo!
That would give me charm.
Oh my
I'm
God.
already pretty charming. I feel like I don't need that.
And you're already so handsome.
That's true. It's true. A completely black bottle embolized with the Chinese character for party time.
Oh my
Ooh.
god, that sounds awesome.
That would probably get me fun. I want party time for real.
That sounds so awesome. Once I drink a horse supplement.
Not the horse supplement.
What's the...
Swallow the entire bottle.
Oh my god.
Tony the Tiger's dad.
He looks pretty good. I like his eyeliner quite a bit.
I like him. Cookie secured? Hell yeah. I forgot the lion. The mechanic earlier? Oh no.
Ooh.
Oh, 14 in freedom units.
Womp womp. But at least you have a cookie.
I'm so sorry, Doc. Yeah.
I want a cookie.
Cookies to warm you up.
It'll help surely.
Okay. Take the entire bottle before Coach can stop me. Oh, slow down there, champ. The old woman who sold me these vitamins said that they were basically poison.
We both
got poisoned
this
today.
This is so romantic of us. Wow.
Oh my god. But I bought them anyway because, you know, whatever doesn't kill you makes you... You wake up 36 hours later in the middle of an impassioned speech in the student council about dolphin sex. Oh,
We've all been there.
yeah. You have no idea what happened during those 36 hours, but you have a new tattoo, and everyone seems to keep calling you Deep 69.
Ooh.
Okay. I got 4
Sheesh.
fun though,
Kind of awesome for you.
and a new tatty.
Oh, that's so nice. Okay, I got everybody chooses a movie.
Got everyone chooses something bad.
Ooh, which are you more intrigued by?
Maybe a movie?
Okay. Let me think of a movie.
Okay, I got a movie.
Okay, I do too.
Okay.
I got The Perks of Being a Wallflower.
Ooh. My movie is Nerve.
Ooh.
The one where like they do the social media and you have to like do dares or else you die.
Oh, I haven't heard of that one. What was the one about like genetics that you like? I thought that's what that was.
Gattaca.
Oh, that's a completely different name. Player order is decided based on how bizarre an action figure based on the selected movie would be. I haven't seen Nerve, so that's kind of hard. I don't think either of the movies would really warrant an action figure, though. I don't even know what. Maybe like the gay upperclassman could be an action figure, but other than that, I don't know. I don't think there's there's like no cool characters that you'd be like, oh, I need a figure of this. In
Yeah, there's not like
Wallflower.
a ideal character for a figure for Nerve. I don't know. It's been a long time since I've seen it. I loved it back. It's been years. I loved it back then. Yeah, it's been years for me too, but I think about it constantly. I need to rewatch it.
Oh, maybe I need to watch it. I never heard of it.
It's so good. It's got fuck, what's his face? What's his name?
I don't know.
I don't know. But the weird guy played by Machine Gun Kelly. Yeah, I guess he could be an action figure. I just I feel like neither, like you said, neither of them would be good for action figure.
Do you want to just random it?
Yeah, just random it.
Okay. Oh yeah, I rigged it.
First. Man, why'd you rig it?
I wanted to go first. Silly Billy. Obviously. Okay. I think I'm gonna go back to the bathrooms. I like the little comb. That day you skip class and just hang out in the bathrooms because you respect no authority. But you don't stop there. You want the world to know how reckless you are for the rest of eternity. So you do some graffiti on the wall. No way. The graffiti says, "I'm bold as fuck." And you know what? It turns out the wall is a magical wall that grants wishes.
Oh,
What a wall.
I love magical walls.
Oh, I've never met one yet. A deep voice resounds from within the wall and says, "Well, not bold as fuck, but maybe a bit bold." And then grants you +2 boldness. Oh boy.
Imagine getting stomped on by a wall like that. Not bold as fuck.
Yo! Yeah, that's pretty real. That's an opinionated wall. Anyway, lucky you. It's later when you're minding your own business and definitely not doodling pictures of Damien in your notebook. That's weird behavior, by the way. Unless you're an artist. I don't know.
What the?
Did you ever like draw your crush?
I think it's weird behavior, even if you are an artist, to like just doodle somebody without consent.
Really? I don't know. I feel like if you're just like sketching people, like I don't know. There's one time a girl like doodled me in class, and I was like, "Aw, it's so nice of you."
Okay, well then
But
what
she
makes
was-
it weird if you're not an artist?
Well,
Technically, anyone's an artist, right? If you're creating art, that makes you an artist.
Yeah, I guess that's true. I don't know. I'm just trying to think, like, if I was drawing my crush and it'd just be like stick figures. I don't know. It's like, oh man. It's like I'm looking at
so
them.
once the art's to a certain quality, then it's okay. Frost out here shaming artists.
No, because I think if you're just drawing a bunch of people anyway and it's regular, then it's like, okay, you're drawing your crush. But if you're not drawing people regularly and you're just like, man, I need to draw my crush, I think that's what makes it kind of strange.
Okay.
I think.
So you have to draw other people along with your crush.
Yeah. That's how it's not weird.
Okay. Art shame in the big 2026 is wild.
My bad, Chiefs. When you see Damien
I get where
making
you're
his way over to you, and at which point you definitely do not need to hide your drawings. Yo, so here's the thing. You know how I think most people are pretty much 100% awful fuckdoors? I actually think you're only 70% awful fuckdoor tops. Oh my god.
That's pretty good.
That
Pretty
is
good.
Pretty good.
30% less fuckdoor than the normal person.
Mm-hmm. In fact, I actually think you're kind of rad. Yeah. I've been meaning to get a new tattoo, since nothing's as rad as intentionally sticking needles into yourself. To create a permanent image on your skin for fucking ever. Got real. And I thought maybe we could get matching tattoos. That's kind of weird.
Oh my god.
If you can come up with something rad for us, and I hope there's a snake
get
option.
Tattoos of a fuckdoor.
What would that look like?
I don't know.
OMG, it's your chance to once and for all convince Damien of how awesome you are. Don't fuck this up. It's time to suggest the baddest, raddest, maddest tattoo of all time, which is...
That's so cute! I love that.
So funny. Okay, or an on-fire pentagram made out of pentagrams, and those pentagrams are made out of guns that shoot pentagrams, and the pentagrams are on fire, and the fire is on fire.
That's just so convoluted. That wouldn't even be a good tattoo, I don't think.
This is giving werewolf.
Yeah.
I don't think I want a sea cucumber tattoo. Maybe that'd be kind of funny.
What's wrong with a sea cucumber?
There's nothing wrong with it.
You would not like sea cucumber, though. If you want to win Damien over, I think you gotta go for the fire pentagram made out of pentagrams.
Yeah, it's true. I love lying to people to get them to like me. Oh my fuck!
He loves it.
That's the most metal thing I've ever heard. I made a good choice with you. Maybe the pentagrams that are pentagrams could be made of pentagrams that are pentagrams. Goodness. And the fire can be sentient, and the pentagrams can hate their deadbeat uncle. What? And the guns end up on TV because they won't eat their vegetables? Wait, this guy's just secretly goofy. And maybe the pentagrams are also ex-convicts. These will be the raddest tattoos ever. Let's go get them right now and have them on both of our bodies together forever. Wait, that's kind of cute. What?
I read a book about the whole thing of writing a crush's name in the margin of your notebook and decided to try it. I was just staring at the name like, okay, is this meant to be exciting? I'd rather be looking at him than the name.
Wait, I used to write my crush's names in like my note margins.
I would write like my name with my crush's last name.
Yeah, that too.
I'd be like Mick Smith.
I love the idea.
The idea of matching tattoos or couple tattoos, just not someone's name. Yeah, definitely don't get somebody's name. I like whenever people get like matching theme tattoos, not necessarily the same. Like the same is fine too, but I like whenever you get like something that's related.
Oh my god, like that one
like
friend.
Two animals wearing cowboy hats, but like they're different animals or something.
Yeah, we have one friend who like her little trio friend group, they all got like dinosaurs, but they're all like different
Mhm.
dinosaurs. I think that's really cute.
I think that's really cute.
You're about to get badass matching tattoos with Damien. This is the raddest, coolest, dopest, most lit thing to have ever happened. And now you'll be tied together for eternity! You gain the sickest tattoo of all time, as well as +2 boldness and +1 charm. Ooh, yeah.
Be chaotic. Get a tattoo of a random name.
Oh, Lord.
Random full name or just random first?
Just like
I have your name tattooed on me.
Amelia. Just a random. Is this guy like the baddest bad boy to ever? Bad and boy? I think that's his character type for real, for real. I quite like
Okay,
him.
Boss went back to the bathroom. I'm going back to the woods.
Oh, yeah.
Oh yeah, another half-hour rave.
Yeah. Oh.
Wait, this is the one that you got. Juan, the small magical Latino cat, who
No.
seems to be a bit
He slipped on a
sad.
banana peel for me.
Okay. He explains to you that he's worried that people are so used to calling him Juan, the small magical Latino cat, that now everyone defines him only by his size, magicality, ethnicity, and species. He's more than that. You correct him. You don't see him in such a simplistic term and convenient definition. It's just that there are around 23 other different Juans at the school. So adding that to his name is quite necessary.
That's kind of precious.
Not 23 different ones.
Yo.
Tell him that you'll never forget about him and the most crazy adventures that you both lived together in Monster Prom's prequel, Monster Middle School.
Oh, amazing.
Interesting. Is that real, chat? Is there a Monster Middle School?
Yeah, please let us know.
Random full name would be much funnier if you actually find somebody with that name.
That'd
It's
be
true.
kind of like
that would be so
scary.
crazy.
No.
But then, like, imagine like dating somebody and having to explain, no, I swear this isn't an ex. I got a name of a random person. You'd be like,
Yeah, I would not believe
Sure.
that. This guy looks like a cool dork. I just decided that I like him. Which one? The fire guy? Is that who you mean?
I'm assuming that's who they mean. You got great time remembering these stories, and I gain +2 fun.
Oh, you're so
I have
fun.
20 fun.
You're so fun.
Real and true. After that, it's time for the most important part of school. Visiting Scott's Kingdom of Furry Animals as
Yo,
promised!
this
Let's go!
No, this one? Oh, this one's actually Mick's character.
Oh, yes, that's
Yeah.
me. That's Mick.
I guess Mick is a bit of a cool dork.
Mhm.
Oh, yeah.
When you get to the forest, you find that most of the trees have been decorated with beautiful, intricately drawn pictures of even more muscular than life
Oh.
Scott having various kinds of sex with various different giant furry animals. Hell yeah, my favorite.
Okay. Oh my goodness, my mom
Mick,
wants to be
My
recalibrated
royal
for real.
advisor, here to royally advise me while I visit my Scott throne and rule over my Scott friends. Aren't these sweet little furry creatures devoted to me? It makes my tail wag with joy.
Aw.
Is at that point that one of the sweet little furry first creature's giant head falls off, revealing a very startled-looking mummy.
Oh dear.
Oh no.
Oh.
Yep, Vera called it a bunch of kinky furry people doing furry stuff in the woods. There's nothing wrong with that. We don't kink shame here. I love the furries.
Let's go, fairies!
Oh no. What just happened? Is he hurt? My little panda friend hurt? Or was my panda friend never a panda at all? Oh god, Bro shooketh.
Oh no.
Oh no. Scott will not be losing his pure joy and innocence over some furry shitty costuming skills. Not on your watch. Not today. You think quickly. Oh no.
Oh goodness.
You know how deer shed their antlers and then they grow back? Talking first, creatures shed their heads. Okay.
Oh.
I think that makes sense. Scott, That panda must have been a cursed prince, and now you've turned him back into a person. No, because I feel
he'll think
like
it's
there's
his
chance that
fault.
other people lose their heads. So I feel like I need a not situational one.
Smart.
Yeah. I don't feel like yeah. Not so smart. Oh. Why is that not smart?
I thought that was
you
smart.
literally just said it was smart. What the hell, Foss? You lied to me.
I thought it was smart. Thank you for the alert, Holly.
Man, I'm losing.
Listen, it was your choice.
Man. Oh yeah, that makes perfect sense. Everything in nature changes with season. Leaves change color in fall, bears hibernate in the winter. I bring my failing grades up in spring so I don't get kicked off of sports teams. But wait, if my furry forest friends' heads are supposed to fall off, but only one of their heads did.
Oh, I didn't even think about that.
Yeah, I just thought, like, their heads will, like, randomly fall off throughout the rave and whatnot.
Yeah, probably.
Did I do something that stunted their growth? What's happening? I knew I was a bad king. No, Scott, it's not true. Everyone take off your heads right now. Take them off.
Take it off.
Not nearly enough heads have fallen off. I need to leave this forest forever before I make things worse. No, Scott, it's not true. It's not true.
Oh my god, we're fumbling left and right over here.
Man. -2 charm and 1 boldness. Scott runs away in shame, and you think about stopping him, but the alternative might include some beheadings. So for now, you lose. Oh man. Hey, we both only fumbled once.
Ooh. Wait, would you hate me if I took a little break really quick?
Go ahead.
Okay, I will be so right back. Thank you, CinnamonFoxX, for carrying to GM and Goon Rivals and letting me borrow your Bugatti and taking my son to get his medication. That's true. All of that did happen. That's real. I'm a real one for real.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yo.
Is it working? Is it working on you? Are you feeling rizzed up?
That's like plus 100 Riz.
Oh my goodness.
The GMing, very good.
Yeah! I don't even know what that means.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll be back.
I'm assuming it's like the opposite of BM. That's like good manners.
Oh.
In games.
That makes sense. Okay.
Alrighty. I guess it's just me and you guys now. Us isn't real. She's just a projection of our imagination. No, that's true. I did hear that one time. Alright, I do really like this game. I just wish that we had more variety in who we chose, because I feel like it was very early on. Like, Foss kept on getting Damien and I kept on getting Scott. And I don't know if that equated to, like, our stats that we had or not. But I would have liked to see more of Polly and Vera, I think. I did talk to Polly quite a few times, but I don't know. I feel like I got so much story with Scott. I gotta pick him, right? So I don't know. I'll be interested to see if Foss ends up picking Damien or if she's gonna go with Polly. Because I feel like she started to not like Damien as much the more that she got to know him. So I'd be interested. Now that you guys have seen fully what we've seen, do you guys have differences on your opinions on who you liked? I don't think we really saw enough of Liam or Vera. I feel like the other 4 we saw quite a bit. But I don't know. I'd be interested to replay and like try to go for a more something else coded answer and see what some of their stories are. Like, I'd like to learn more about Polly. But I don't know. Just don't know. Boom. Have any of you guys seen Iron Lung? I know quite a few people in my Discord were watching it. I watched it yesterday, and it was so freaking good. I really hope that Mark does more movies in the future. Um, I know it was like a very big project for him because he was like writing, directing, and the main actor in it. But he did such a good job. I did think it was a little bit slow at the beginning, but it was kind of expected with the type of game that Iron Lung is. Like it's just kind of a stationary game, and he was by himself, so it was kind of just like a lot of him just like talking to himself and kind of being like, "What the fuck's going on?" But the end, like the mid-end, was so good. Not yet. You need to watch it. You need to watch it. It's so very good. I'm very proud of him. I also thought it was really funny because I was expecting like his credits to say Mark Fishbach on it. But at least in the beginning, like it said it at the very end, like whenever the credits are rolling. But at the beginning, it had like pre-credits and it had Markiplier, and I thought that was so funny. But he actually like credited himself as Markiplier. We're going on Wednesday. We're so damn hype. I'm so excited for you guys. You'll have so much fun for real. Mick, type won't start barking at me since we're recording and you're on the other PC monitors. Stop. Please bark more. Please. And please record it and send it to me. Please. I grant type the permission to bark 3 times. Yuki, you record it, and then after that, he has to stop.
3 bars?
That's my terms and conditions. Yuki said that type won't start barking at me since we're recording, and I'm on the other PC monitors.
Oh, wait, that's
he
so
asked
cute.
me to tell him to stop.
Oh. Well, why
Iron
would
Lung
you
is good.
stop?
I'm really hoping to see it in theaters. It is really good. Like I said, I feel like it was kind of slow at the beginning. Like it took a little while for it to like kind of get good, but I thought it was really good.
Man.
The storytelling's really nice too.
Man, I have a group chat with some like IRL friends, and they're like, "Oh, maybe we'll see Iron Lung," and I was like, "Okay," but then 2 different people told me it's really bloody, so I don't think I can see it.
It is really bloody, but it doesn't get bloody until the very end. So I feel like you could probably close your eyes like at the end and just listen.
Listening to bloody stuff is kind of scary too.
There's some areas where like it's a little bit bloody, but it's not like. I think you'd be fine for the most part. I think just the very end would be a little bit graphic.
Okay.
But there's areas where there's blood and it's not like graphic, if that makes sense. Because do you know about Iron Lung, like the game?
Not super.
The concept
much.
is that like you're in a blood sea, so obviously there's gonna be a ton of blood because the water that you're traversing is blood.
What?
So like there's blood, but it's not necessarily graphic at times, if that makes sense.
I didn't even know that. That's
But
crazy.
that being said, it does get graphic at some parts.
Oh.
But yeah, that's as much as I can say without spoiling. But I think you'd be fine to watch it.
Okay.
He's getting louder. I'm gonna have to call animal control. No, you need to record that shit and send it to me.
She makes spoken. You heard her. Sorry, I don't know why my model is freaking. She wants to open her mouth so wide and be so surprised. I know.
You're just so surprised.
I'm so shocked.
While you were gone, I basically said that I wish that it wasn't so like hard on who it wanted you to be with. Like I wish that there was a little bit more time for me to talk to Vera and Polly.
I kind of wish you got like equal time with all the characters, and then you could make your choice instead of being like, "Oh, you like this one? Here's a full like story arc."
Because I feel like it's kind of wrong now. Like if I got a full story arc on somebody and I picked somebody else, you know?
Yeah, like, oh no, I think I'm gonna go with Damien, but I don't know. Like, I think he's the closest to my type out of these options, but I don't know. I was kind of hoping there'd be a bit more like depth, and I know it's like a short game, but I was kind of hoping he'd have like another personality trait besides just like angry and sexy. Like, I want to know about his trauma that made him angry. I think I like Polly, like, surface level just a little bit more, but...
Foss
don't
would not
know.
do well at the end of the movie. That's why I said, but up until the end, she'd be fine. It'd be fine. She could watch it. You've watched semi-gory things before, right?
Only accidentally. I saw Longlegs. I saw Longlegs, if you've seen that movie, and that was so hard to watch. I hated that.
Oh. Yeah, I'm just thinking of a very specific scene. I don't think you'll be able to handle it.
Oh. I'm gonna pick
But
my boy
it's so
Damien.
good. I want you to watch it.
Maybe I could watch it, but probably not in theaters. Because with like the
Yeah, I
surround
think that's the
sound, that's
move.
really like it's hard to close your
Yeah.
eyes. But if I could just like pause it or like hide under a blanket if it's getting really
Mixed
scary.
ears look pretty pog. It would be a shame if someone steals them and boils
What?
them. Why would you boil my ears?
What the?
Take it back!
Yo! Is this that mod
Yeah.
clear that you were talking about? Oh, sorry, I forgot it's my turn. Okay, I'm gonna ask Damien to prom. Wait, we're kind of a handsome couple. Look at us.
Mm-hmm.
Yippee! I hope he says yes.
Okay. I'm gonna ask Scott. I do really wish that I would have gotten to know Vera and Polly more. Like, I'm really intrigued by Vera, but I don't know her, like, at all. And then Polly just seemed really, really cool.
I know, she seemed
But again,
really fun.
I went through a whole story arc with Scott, so I just feel like I have to pick him.
Yeah, it would be
Let's also
kind
look
of weird.
at his face.
Yeah. It's like, oh, I'm glad we
None
had...
of them.
Oh. I wonder what even happens if we select none of them. Wow, we are cute.
Cute, cute, cute.
Oh my god, I have a cracker in my mouth.
Watched a movie today to the theater for some reason. Was full of old people who didn't really know what kind of movie they were getting into. Wait, what movie did you watch?
That's kind of funny.
Oh, did you watch Iron Lung today?
No, I think she said earlier.
Got very bloody midway.
She said earlier she's hoping to see it in
Yeah.
theaters.
That's okay.
I'm probably
What
not.
other movie is out right now that gets bloody midway? I don't know. I don't know what movies are out right now. You could just feel the whole vibe in the audience shift.
Sheesh.
Yikes. Yeah, what movie did you watch?
Doc basically said you were a snack. Wait, that's kind of real.
Oh.
Oh. We'll get aware. Always conspiring.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Thank you, Doc. I appreciate you.
Alright, wish me luck. You finally pluck up your courage and ask your beloved to go to the Monster Prom with you. Prom?
Oh.
I guess we can get so wasted that we end up burning stuff down, right? Sounds like a rad date to me. Let's burn stuff down together till dawn. Ah, cute.
Oh, wait.
Prom
That's
night was
cute.
awesome. Wait, look, the worm is wearing a top hat. Oh my god.
Oh, yeah.
Wait, he looks so beautiful. Look, his bow tie's
Yeah.
undone. Sheesh.
You said I'm too good for a bow tie.
Real. You and Damien reflected on all the fucked up misadventures you had over the past few weeks. You've definitely been your worst self. After some good laughs, you conclude, well, I'm definitely going to hell. He stayed silent a bit after that. Then he added, you know what? I see no problem with that. Best night ever. Cute. I did it.
Begonia, which was incredible by my favorite director. Never miss. Ooh, okay, nice. I'm glad it was a good one.
I'm glad you liked it. Slay, 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 slay.
You finally pluck up the courage to ask your beloved to go to the Monster Prom with you. Prom? I don't know a lot about math, bro. But you plus me seems to equal a great night.
Oh, cute.
Let me check our math book to be sure.
What?
That isn't a correct formula, but Scott seems to be thrilled by your accompanying prom date. Upcoming. Oh, wait, look at Oh, wait, we're really cute. I wish that we weren't so far apart.
Yeah. Your outfit really eats. He looks cute too.
Yeah.
It could be a little better, I think. But you look adorable.
Yeah. I think I must agree. I was kind of wishing for more of like a scroungy werewolf look. He looks a little bit too put together for my taste, I think.
He needs to
Well,
untie
there
his
was that
bow
one.
tie.
He needs untied. Yeah, for sure. There was that one part when the full moon came out and Scott transformed into a rabid wolf. See, that's what I want to see. And nearly killed 3 people. Hell yeah!
Jeez.
But aside from that, it was a wonderful night to remember.
Amazing. We did so good. Was fast, so fun.
We did.
That's Mick's stats. Mick has 20 fun points, I believe. I'm really bold though. That's my highest stat.
Yeah, I'm just very fun, very charming.
Oh, there's secret endings. Wait, you're supposed to like shotgun this game and get all the different endings. That's crazy.
Wait, why do you get a stat and then the other stat is for Scott? Where's my stat? Why are you most likely to become lasagna?
What?
Boss lasagna redeem win.
Oh, I don't even love lasagna too much. Why did
I
they
love
put Scott
lasagna.
here? Yeah, you really
Scott,
lasagna
sport.
soup, don't ya?
Very fun to look at. What the? Thank you. I'll take that as a compliment.
Sheesh, real.
Just can't stop looking.
Wait, who is this eyeball girl? I want her for real.
What do you mean, eyeball girl?
Are you not looking at like a class picture right now?
Whoa! Yeah, she looks cool as fuck.
I would go for her for real, for real. I feel scammed a little bit.
Those 3 weeks were maybe the most epic and absurd weeks of our lives. Maybe she might be in like one of the other games. I don't know. She's probably somebody who was just like
maybe
about.
Yeah, maybe like an event character like the coach. But she's so pretty. After the Monster Prom, we kept on living our lives, falling in love, battling for friendship, and learning about who we were and who we could be. And you know what? Like it always does, life happened, and it was wonderful. Sorry,
Scott became the world-renowned athlete, but he ended his career to come back to his hometown to take on the job of athlete and the athlete he admired the most.
Wait, I got a different one. Mine says Damien loved fire to the very end. Unfortunately, that wasn't a super legal affair, and he ended up in prison for arson. No!
No!
That's so sad.
Now Scott is back at the high school again, working as the coach.
Aw, wait, that's so cute for him. Wait.
Oh, now I'm seeing the Damien one.
Oh.
I think it went first based off of who your character was.
Oh, I see. When I click it, does it, like, move for you as well?
No, it's not linked up right now.
Oh, okay. You can finish yours then, if you want.
That was me finishing it.
Oh, okay. Fortunately, prison was flammable. Okay, yeah, and then here's Scott's. Wait, how come...
Yeah, I see Miranda's now.
How come my boyfriend went to prison and yours is a teacher? Oh, yeah.
Well, did you see your boyfriend compared to mine?
Yeah. But look
the
at
purple girl
him.
is in a different game. Oh.
Aww.
Okay.
Yeah,
this is fun. I'd be interested in checking out the other ones sometime.
I love cosmic entities. Slurp. Miranda used her vast knowledge of serfs to get a job handpicking the best serfs for other people.
Wait, Miranda?
Yeah.
Did you not? I thought Miranda got a job being a princess of her kingdom.
What?
Which was actually kind of her job already.
What the?
You don't see her complaining about it.
Oh. Unsurprisingly, she ended up leaving her serfs to do the work. What the? We got different Miranda endings, I guess. For those
3 weeks, Monster Prom seemed to be larger than life, and then it was gone, just like that. that what it says for you?
That was the same.
Okay. You can read the next one.
The battle for Monster Prom might have ended then, but there were plenty of battles left in that war called youth.
But once again, we were young and unafraid, and we were ready to start.
Oh, yeah. So cute.
Interesting.
Aww,
Do you think that we both got Miranda as like the other one because she was like the next highest for both of us, like in the game standards?
maybe. I don't know what Miranda's like stat was.
Yeah. Wait, these pictures are so cute.
They are so cute. Oh my goodness. Wait, they're looking at knives and forks. Cute.
They're gambling.
Yo!
They're
You should be there with them.
Oh, there I am rocking
There
out.
you are. So cute, so cute.
Wait, you're behind doing the
It's
bass.
on. Oh, that's so precious.
Very cute.
Aww. Oh my goodness.
Very nice, very nice.
The art in this game is really good. Plus, like, bad boys confirmed. Yeah. Maybe a little bit.
I think it would have been interesting to like play this with a full group and like see
Yeah.
like people trying to compete for the same person more.
But you can have.
We
can
were
have
pretty much
4
like,
players, right?
oh, yeah, we respect that you want this person.
Yeah, that's really true. Maybe it would have been more content if we fought over Polly. Wait! My furry cutie patootie? That's so cute! Oh my goodness.
You just unlocked an erotic fanfiction about dragons. Hey,
I
yo.
did not get that.
Oh, did you unlock anything?
I don't think so.
Why did I get the dragon fanfic?
I don't know.
How do I see it?
That's so
You've unlocked new images in the gallery. Wait,
I don't have
somehow
any endings.
I have the picture for the ending with Damien for some reason.
What? How come I don't? What does it look like?
It's like the picture that you had for your ending, but it has me in there instead.
Well,
I have both of
I
them.
didn't get a picture from my ending. I saw like you at the pool with Scott, and like he was running on all fours.
Sorry, what? during the prom scene.
Oh, during the prom scene. Oh, I thought you meant the credits.
Are you on the main menu right now?
Yeah.
Go to gallery.
Okay.
And then endings. Do you have a picture for both Damien and
I don't have any.
Scott?
You took mine.
What? Oh, I also have Polaroids. Oh wait, I have all the Polaroids.
What?
Cute.
I don't have any Polaroids.
More art.
I have more art, but only 2 pages of it.
Poker face. Wait, you can play poker in this game. I want poker. Oh, look at this guy.
That's cute. Oh, these characters are all so cute.
Fan art. Oh my goodness. Wait, Vera fan art. She's in Forbes 30 under 3,000. Sorry, I don't know numbers.
Man, I must have not been playing this game right. I don't have any of that. What the hell?
Oh.
Lasagna doesn't get any endings. Aw, man.
Sonia's. Wait, this is so cute.
I like the Monster Sonas.
Yeah.
Aww.
Very nice.
So
Well-
cute. Oh my goodness, this is my type.
Who's gonna turn Faust into lasagna?
What the? I don't need to be lasagna.
But you're the most likely to.
Aw, man.
Well,
Well.
thanks so much for playing Monster Prom with me. I had so very much fun.
Oh my goodness, I had so much fun too. Oh, I'm a little big here.
I don't think either of us have our schedules out.
Yeah, I usually make my schedule on
But
Sunday. So
yeah.
stay tuned for that.
But I do know that this week we have a collab planned with Fost again with
Oh yeah.
some other cool
Oh
peoples
yeah, some
with
other cool
with
people.
with uh with Marshy and Kaya,
Mhm,
and
mhm,
so stay
mhm.
tuned for that. And
Yeah.
then Fost and I will have another Valentine's themed
Yeah,
collab at some point.
mark your calendars for February 14th. Mhm.
We
Mhm.
got something in the works. You got so small.
Oh, well, because I went to my chatting screen and
No.
I was not sized correctly. Wait, now you're too small.
Well,
It's okay, you can be shorter than me.
what
It,
the
it's kind of awesome.
man?
Man.
Well, do we want to double read somebody?
Yeah. You gotta make Salsa's life. Hubba hubba.
No, not her. She's stinky.
Why is she stinky?
Um, I don't know.
I love her. I love her. Even if she didn't take a shower, I still love her.
Man.
Yeah. Do you
You like me because I didn't take a shower.
Yo, don't say that. Don't make me sound weird. What the? Sigh.
um,
Do you
do you want to read? Do you want to read into Kaze?
Yeah. Oh, they're playing Night Rain.
Was that a yeah? You peeked and I couldn't hear you.
Oh, yeah, that was a yeah.
Okay, okay. Perfect, man. You peeking again.
Oh
Stop
my
peeking so
god.
goddamn much.
What can I say? I'm just so peak.
Alrighty. But yeah,
Cinnamon
I will
salsa
see
rain.
all of you guys later. Thank you guys so much for hanging out and dating
Yeah,
with us.
it's so good. Um,
Nothing but
what?
you peek so much.
What?
I couldn't hear a single thing you just said. I heard
That's all I said.
oh. I
Ah,
see, I see.
yeah,
Cinnamon salsa raid. Oh my god.
yeah,
That's a good raid message if you got both the emotes. That's
yeah.
perfect. Perfect.
If you don't got
Alright.
both the emotes, just put hearts and it'll be so regular and cool.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Alright. Goodbye
Goodbye. Bye.
guys.
Goodbye. Goodbye. Goodbye.